Good evening and welcome to the Essex Selectboard meeting on July 13th. Happy birthday to my wife. And let's get this meeting started. I'll call this meeting to order. Please at this time, if you're in the room, please silence your cell phones. And for those of you online, please remember that you'll be muted by default as a result of some bad actors, and hope that we will not have that reoccur this meeting. Also, please note that the chat feature is disabled, as is your camera. So when you are called upon to speak, you're allowed to raise your hand. We will acknowledge you, and then the staff will unmute you, and you'll be able to speak. With that, let's talk about agenda additions or changes. Any additions or changes from staff?
None from staff.
Any additions or changes from the board? Hearing none, there's no need to approve the agenda because there's no changes. We'll jump right into public to be heard. This is a time for the public to come forth and speak about something that's either on the consent agenda or not on the agenda at all. Please be civil, please be brief. As a general rule, if your comments are longer than a few minutes, it probably represents a need for a deeper conversation that can take place either by email, setting up a meeting, or being added to a future agenda. Please refrain from side conversations. Please be respectful of staff and those speaking. Please direct your comments to the board chair. And when called upon by the chair, please state your name and the place of residence. So with that, is there anyone in the room that would like to come forth and speak during public to be heard? Not seeing any hands. We'll look to online. Greg, do you have anyone that I can't see?
Nope, no hands online.
I see no hands online. I will slowly close public comment and we'll jump right into the agenda. Ethan.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andy. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Meg is online. We're going to have to do... Is it true we have to do a roll call vote with a split?
Let's see if Meg votes, and it's only when there's a split vote.
Okay.
Yep.
Meg,
She's muted.
you are muted presently.
That's, yep, should be okay now.
Meg, your vote on the consent agenda? We are still not hearing you.
Let me send her a note and see if I can
Great.
reach her.
Well, it's a 4-0. I'm going to move forward because even if she votes against it, it will still pass. Moving on to business item 6A. Meg, if you can hear us, please, Greg's going to text you or get in touch with you to try to make your microphone work easier. Moving on to business item 6A, interview and possible appointment to the Winooski Valley Parks District representative for Essex. Jeff, could you come forward? Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me at the head of the agenda. Nice work.
If you could introduce yourself, say where you reside, and then
Yes.
tell us about your service.
So my name is Jeff Tice. I've live here in Essex Town, obviously, Saxon Hollow Drive. I've served now 2 terms on the Winooski Valley Parks District. Time flies. It snuck up on me. I didn't realize it was the end of the 2nd term. As I have shared with this group periodically in that time, it's been a pleasure. It's an excellent organization. I've been pleased, proud to represent the town. Great little staff, which you all know and are acquainted with. In fact, one of the first things I heard about, like 5-6 years ago, whatever it is now, is the boat launch onto the river in progress. So that's nice. But yeah, it's a great organization. For people, I'll be brief here. For people who aren't familiar with it, it's I've always thought when I explain the Winooski Valley Parks District to people that the parks can be a little bit of a misunderstanding, like parks as in swing sets and ball fields. It's really much more of a conservation district for those towns adjacent to the Winooski River, and the organizations manage to conserve quite a bit of quite a bit of land and property, which has that positive effect on everything from, storm runoff, et cetera, and just, land preservation of the natural environment. So it's been great. So I think you know that I have been considering not doing a third term, just not because of any other reason than, and as Andy and I were just talking, that we all tend to get a little overextended. You can appreciate this as this board, I'm certain, with various other things. So I would prefer to not continue, but there's no urgency around it either. So what I proposed in our emails, for example, Karen, that I stay indefinitely until you find somebody that is appropriate for the role and would like to do it. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm happy to serve, and there's no reason at all to put any additional strain on staff by having to have a staff member fill in or something in the interim. I'll stay until we have somebody else, regardless of how long that is. So that's where I'm at. Oh, and by the way, I just say something, I suppose, a little refresher about myself. I think the things that I've been able to contribute to the Parks District is in the HR realm. I've been an HR director. I'm an HR manager currently. I've been a safety and risk manager. So from the safety and risk and insurance side of things, I think I've been able to make a contribution. And I also, as a couple of you know, used to work for the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, which kind of led me to here because I always was impressed enough with municipal government from my time at the League of Cities and Towns that I said, when I'm no longer with the VLCD, I will give back to my town and serve in a role like this. So that's how I ended up here 6 years ago, I guess, now. So there you go.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much for serving.
Yeah.
I'll open it to the board for questions for Mr. Tice.
Thank you for thank you for your service. And how often do you guys meet?
We meet monthly officially.
Monthly.
As with any kind of a board like this, there's a certain amount of unofficial work, the non-official public notice type of work.
When are the meetings usually?
When are they?
Yeah.
The third Tuesday of the month.
At night?
Are you interested, Ethan?
No, I'm just asking questions.
4:30 to 6.
4:30 to 6.
Usually Zoom,
Yeah.
sometimes in person, which is nice.
Okay.
Yeah, and occasionally, because there's a small staff who do they do an enormous amount of work for a small staff and limited kind of resources. So they're great, but it's a way to be able to be a little bit of a working board without, overdoing it or micromanaging, but just as additional resources for the director and for a small staff.
Thanks again for serving for so long.
Welcome, been my pleasure.
Meg's hand is up.
Meg, the floor is yours. I see your lips moving. We cannot hear you yet. While we work on the technical stuff, Kendall, Andy, any questions? Kendall?
I'm curious, during your tenure there, have you worked with Essex at all as far as projects or?
Most of the actual...
What has come up that has really involved Essex during
Yeah,
your tenure?
I think the boat launch and that gaining that, developing that park on the river has been the big thing.
The big thing.
From the standpoint of the board, we don't do so much directly with the towns as much as the staff does and the director. So it's almost, we tend to support that staff and Nick, the director. But yeah, that's been, just off the top of my head, that's been the biggest project in Essex in my time, has been developing that, helping to acquire that land. It's going to be a little different in that it's not a Parks District-owned park, as I understand it. It's going to be a town park, isn't it?
Okay. Thank you.
In collaboration, as it were.
Let's try with Meg again. Can we try to unmute her one more time? I can see you're unmuted, but I also see your lips moving and I can't hear you.
Meg, I can try to call you from the phone in here and put you on speakerphone if you want to try that. If you want to give a thumbs up or a...
If you like, I'm also going to do a quick test ring to make sure that that it is outputting correctly to the TV.
Okay.
Great.
So it does sound like it's.
Okay. Okay. Meg says she's going to try to call into the meeting.
Great.
Andy and I were just briefly discussing technology and the Zoom life, and it's something that we all live with every day.
Well, not to belabor this, but I'll just move forward unless Meg is able to jump on. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. As I say, this has been it's been a great experience, and I'm open to how this evolves, how my participation evolves, as far as eventual handoff, perhaps. But yes, I'm in that role until you tell me otherwise, I suppose.
Is there a motion by the board?
So moved.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andy. Motion on the grounds is to appoint you back onto the board for another term of 3 years. Kendall?
I just have a question as to how that would work if another one turns up. Would he be unappointed and then reappoint somebody new?
I think we would invite any candidates in to interview with you if you wanted to appoint them. I think we would just reach out to Jeff. We can coordinate, ask you to, if you're still
Resign
going
at
to
that
resign.
point. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I've also, in past conversations with the staff, we talked about keeping the posting up there so people see it as an open position, even though it is filled. I also believe there is a alternate position that has not been filled for a long time. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Yeah, so there is an opening even with him on there.
Oh, I didn't know.
You're not just a lone man on the board, so there's supposed to be a backup as well.
I see.
So I'm sure we could work that out, and maybe you'd want to work as a team as well. By no
Perhaps.
means do we want you to jump off.
I appreciate that, yes. Understand.
Yeah, I just brought that up
Please.
because if we appoint him, it could very easily become a 3-year appointment if nobody
Yes.
shows up and there's no replacement for him. So that's all.
Further discussion?
That's it. Thank
I
you.
will call it to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meg, are you online?
Oh, she's got her hand up. I think that was.
Okay, I'm seeing a nod from Meg. Shake your head no if it's a no vote. It's a yes vote. Okay. Vote carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Next, we'll have a presentation and potential adoption of the Recreation Needs Assessment. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you
just-
both for joining us.
I'll just say hi first. Adrian Martin, Parks and Recreation Director here for the town of Essex. And we have guests with us today that are going to take it away, I think, when we're ready. Ryan, you're there. And I saw Jesse also.
Yes, and so Ryan, our setup here is that once I unmute you, please stay unmuted so that we can hear you. Once you turn yourself off, you need permission again. And then I'm giving you the option to share your screen. Fingers crossed.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. In one moment, I will share my screen. I've just sent that request.
For whatever reason, this guy's in charge over here.
Okay, and you should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, we can.
All right. And I don't think you can see me. I'm happy to turn my video on if that's appropriate. I don't know if that I have that ability. Otherwise, I will just begin presenting.
I think you're just going to be a floating head.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you. And good evening, Essex Select Board. It's good to be with you. My name is Ryan Hegrenus. I'm a manager with Barry Dunn, and I will be presenting an overview of the Essex Park and Recreation Needs Assessment work and our findings. I will be followed by my colleague Jesse, who will be presenting the impact fee analysis after we've had an opportunity to answer your questions on this presentation. And we're both thrilled to be part of this project. We both have connections to Essex and the surrounding area as former residents or park users. So it's been a privilege to be working with your staff and great community over the past year. On this next slide here, you'll see the, I want to make sure, yes, we're on the right page here. This next slide, we have the needs assessment process. And on this slide, you'll see all of the kind of key initiatives and deliverables as part of the process. So we have a lot to cover. I promise to move quickly, but we're going to move through about 30 slides and then answer your questions. So the process, we began with discovery, understanding the system, understanding your community, and then the engagement process. So we'll walk through this significant community engagement that took place, as well as the analysis, benchmarking, level of service analysis, inventory, et cetera. The visioning, and then finally the draft plan development. So we'll talk first about park inventory mapping and our level of service analysis. And for this work, we took into consideration all of the parks and parcels owned and operated by the town of Essex, as well as those co-owned or co-managed by Essex. This map, you'll notice that we've also reflected school properties in a lighter green, as we know that recreation takes place on many of those fields and playgrounds. And in brown, we've indicated some of the undeveloped properties owned by the town. And then if you can see it, there's a slight pink color there for recreation easements. So we'll come back to this map in a few slides as we talk about access to parks. But first, we're going to take a look at your park acreage by park type. So looking at 4 different park classifications: neighborhood parks, community parks, destination parks, and then natural areas. And you'll see the descriptions for each of those. We've got a total of 12 parks and a total of over 1,000 acres that's managed by Essex Parks and Recreation, which is quite significant. That equates to almost 97 acres per 1,000 residents. And we will come back to that number in a few slides as well. We also looked at your park amenities per 1,000 residents, and these metrics are important because later when Jesse talks about your impact fee analysis, these are instrumental in setting that baseline of your current level of service in the community. So as you plan for or anticipate future growth and associated charges, this sets that baseline. So you'll see there those numbers and indications. Alone, that doesn't necessarily tell you a lot, but on this next slide, what we've done is for some of these, we've done some benchmarking with National Recreation and Park Association data to provide some comparisons. And the important thing to note here is just because Essex may deviate either over or under in a particular area doesn't mean that you necessarily should be adding more or less of any type of program and service. Every community that we work with is different. They have different needs. Most communities, as you will see, won't have the opportunity to have the amount of park and natural areas that you are able to offer to your community. And others may prioritize various things such as sports tourism or other types of activities. So it's an important caveat that this is a helpful tool, but it's not by any means a dictate. What is much more important are the needs and desires that are indicated by your community, which we'll be covering later in this presentation. But as you'll see here, this does show that Essex has fewer diamonds, ball diamonds, and then compared to adjusted for population, and then also indicating that dog park, community park, skate park, or volleyball courts are other areas where communities of similar size for that population would have one of those. So I told you we would come back to that park map, and what we've done here is evaluated the walkable access to outdoor recreation in Essex, and that's defined by a 10-minute walk or a half-mile service area. and that's depicted in that yellow color. And we've not just simply drawn a circle around each park, because we recognize that just because you might live within a half-mile doesn't mean that a park is walkable due to, maybe it could be a railroad or a major roadway, things of that nature. So we've taken into consideration those types of barriers as well in this analysis. And what we found here is that roughly 47% of residents in Essex are within a walking distance to outdoor recreation, as indicated on that map. So to summarize some of the key findings from that level of service analysis, you do offer a very high number of acres per resident compared to peer communities. Roughly 47% is within that 10-minute walk to outdoor recreation. And you'll see a number of other observations there and in the report, which I know you've received. So in the interest of time, I won't read through all of these slides, but I would be happy to come back and answer questions as we get through this. So we'll talk a little bit more about benchmarking with other communities. And what we did is we looked at communities nationwide and communities in New England with populations of fewer than 20,000 residents to try to have a good pool of somewhat comparable size communities to evaluate. And on this first slide, you'll see an analysis of the park system size. So I referenced earlier the significant amount of park acreage that you do offer your community. What we've done is on the left column, we've looked at the total parkland in Essex. So that includes those natural areas, and that's that 92.8 acres per 1,000 residents. But we've also adjusted that down by excluding natural areas just to provide you two different perspectives. So looking at more of your formal active park areas versus parks and natural areas. And in both cases, as you'll see, you are exceeding both those regional and national peers, and by a large margin, that median for that national peer group in terms of the acres that you maintain for your residents and the acres maintained per FTE in Essex. This slide, I believe, is just a graphical view of that same information, showing you the acres per FTE and the acres per 1,000 residents being slightly higher and aligned with that regional benchmark and significantly higher than that national median. We've taken a similar look at some operating resource metrics, looking at expenditures, revenue, cost recovery. So how much money are you recovering through your program fees or other types of revenues for the expenses. And a few things that you'll notice here is that for both benchmark groups, Essex is kind of on par when it comes to operating expenditures with the regional benchmark, slightly lower than national. But on the revenue, you'll see there that Essex is on the lower end for revenue and cost recovery. But that is certainly understandable as the department is in the process of reintroducing and growing their programming and indicates some opportunity for that continued growth. And then you'll see there at the bottom, fairly sizable difference in terms of that planned 5-year capital budget estimates as reported by those different peer groups. We've got one more look here from a benchmarking standpoint, and this is looking at staffing levels. And I want to note that these are adjusted to FTE per 10,000 residents. So this isn't an exact number of FTEs for Essex, so that we have a kind of a comparable baseline for this metric. And you'll see that Essex, and this also that FTE count, that full-time equivalent, includes your full-time positions as indicated in the dark blue, and then part-time and seasonal positions in the light blue. And you'll see there that Essex is an efficient operation with slightly fewer FTEs per 10,000 residents than that regional and national benchmark. This next section, we're going to go over some trends in programming analysis. And what we did is we took a look at the programs that are offered by the town of Essex and compared those to those same peer groups. And generally, there's strong alignment between what Essex is offering and the commonly provided program categories by those regional and national benchmarks. So that percentage that you see for each of those, for example, health and wellness education is offered by Essex, and 71% of those regional peers and 50% of those national peers are also offering that type of programming. So this is, again, an indicator for staff to consider perhaps where there are opportunities to lean into different or new types of programming areas. But for those areas where more than half of those benchmarks are offering it, you'll see that commonly Essex is offering those areas as well, with some deviations and some specialized services. Summarizing some of those findings, we see a high level of access in a large system, significantly above peers when it comes to acres for your population. A fairly lean staffing model, efficient, and as such, some limited capacity to expand programming without maybe future adjustment there. Operating in line, expenditures in line with those benchmarks, with a bit of a revenue gap, as we discussed, and a pretty strong lineup of that core programming with opportunities both indicated from that analysis and that cost recovery measure to continue to grow that programming and some of the fees and cost recovery associated with that. So in my opinion, most importantly, our community engagement summary. What is it that we heard from those living in the town of Essex? What's important to them? And so just to provide a little overview of our approach to that community engagement, that engagement period was from October of 2025 through January of 2026. It involved a considerable amount of digital engagement through Facebook, Instagram, and email newsletters. We engaged with the community in person at the Community Day Festival. We had partner focus group meetings with many of the town's partners, and also several community listening sessions where we invited the community in to talk about various topics and get their perspectives on those. We also had a project engagement website where 24/7 the town could provide input through an ideas wall, an interactive map, a budget exercise, and an online survey. And then we also, importantly, did a statistically valid survey in the community so that we could ensure not only were we hearing broadly from the community, but that you have a high degree of confidence in the findings through that statistically valid survey, knowing that those results aren't, maybe being skewed by people who are more active and involved or promoting one particular perspective through those open engagement opportunities. So I'm going to cover some of the statistically valid survey highlights first, and then share some of the highlights from those other engagement methods. So we worked with ETC, who specializes in these types of surveys nationwide. And they use a tool called the Priority Investment Rating as they're looking at programs and amenities in a community and engaging the level of priority and interest. And they do that by not just asking people what they want, but they ask about unmet needs, whether that need is unmet by Essex or the surrounding area. Is there an unmet need? And then how important is that program or that amenity to the individual or the household that they are representing and taking that survey? So just because I may have an unmet need when it comes to knitting, that may not be important to me. So they take a couple of these survey questions and put those together to create this ranking. And you'll see here for the town of Essex, when it comes to top amenity priorities, multi-use hiking, biking, and walking trails were the number one, followed by indoor swimming, indoor running or a walking track, a community center. And then quite a number of things fell into that middle range, including weight room or cardio, open space conservation, and on down the list. And that list is for readability. I cut that off. There are several more in the report that continue on down that list after golf courses where that cuts off. And the same methodology was used, not just looking at amenities, but also looking at program priorities, which you see on this list. And you'll see that the number one program priority that came out through that survey was adult fitness and wellness, followed by community special events and outdoor recreation and senior programs. Again, there's considerably more detail for both this question and related questions in the full report. But I think of all of them, these two show you that if you were to make investments in a particular area, what investments are going to benefit the most people and meet the greatest need in the community. We did ask a few specific questions that I wanted to highlight for you. There was considerable interest, as you saw in there, about indoor swimming and, of course, with the age of the Sandhill Pool being a consideration. We asked about the level of support for reconstruction of Sandhill Pool and potential enclosure for year-round use. And you'll see here there is significant support for that. We see 14% of the community indicating that they are not supportive, 22% neutral. And I'll note that this pie chart does not include responses by those indicating that they are not sure. But we know that supporting a concept and financially supporting something are two very different things. So we also asked, I think I clicked one too many times. We asked about their community's perspectives on funding improvements. And you'll see there that roughly 20%, 19% do not support building additional amenities if additional funding is needed. And then for the other 81%, we see a variety of opinions on what types of funding mechanisms that they would support. And I do want to note that users were forced to select an option. So if somebody picked one particular funding option, it doesn't mean that they would necessarily support or not support another one on that list. But I think importantly, showing that there's 81% supported some form of funding of additional amenities. And then we also asked for, and this is more of a fun and interactive way for people to approach their priorities. We asked if you had $100, how would you allocate that among the various categories? And you'll see here that $35 or 35.5% of that funding the community chose to allocate towards maintaining or improving existing parks. Almost $21 for constructing a new community center, roughly 17% for constructing a new pool, and about 11.6 for expanding program offerings. So just another perspective on assessing the community's priorities. This was all through that statistically valid survey. There is a quite lengthy engagement report in the full plan, but I wanted to highlight some perspectives through some of those other engagement methods that weren't necessarily reflected or highlighted in the statistically valid survey, but did come through as some themes from those other engagement activities. And I will note that the things that showed up high in the statistically valid survey also showed up high through those other conversations. But I wanted to highlight some of the diversity of other inputs. So through the online survey, senior focused programs and spaces was a high priority, as well as childcare, after school camps, and youth enrichment. Through the comment cards we received through the community, as well as the online idea wall input, we had several comments supporting both river access and a newsletter, basically improved communication through the recreation department. Community listening sessions, we definitely heard voices advocating for increased accessibility, improved communication and awareness, and ensuring affordability and equity for programs. And then through the community partner groups, there was a lot of good insights for trailhead parking, transportation concerns, accessibility and inclusion, some conversation around tree farm economics and governance, water, recreation, river access, etc. Again, there's a lot more detail and all of the raw kind of community input that's available in the full report. So as we kind of bring this to a close, what we did through all those different engagement activities is we created a matrix, and I don't expect you to read the smaller one on the left, but I just wanted to kind of visualize for you. We looked at each topic and indicated whether that showed up as a high, medium, or low priority through the various engagement methods, so that you could see themes, things that consistently came up as a high priority indicated in the red or labeled A, or otherwise. And we scored those. So we're taking the statistically valid input as well as other community inputs with some additional weight on the statistically valid. And that gives us what you see on the right as those higher and lower priorities for amenities and facilities, for programming, and for operational needs. Based on that, through the visioning process and working with staff, we've developed a series of recommendations, and there's considerably more detail in the report. But for park amenity and facility recommendations, you'll see summarized on this screen some of those top opportunities: expanding the trail network, connectivity, year-round swimming, and so on. And then we did the same for program recommendations, focused around childcare expansion, program expansion, looking at partner-provided programming and events, and then a number of operational recommendations. And this is where some of that staff input was particularly useful, because it's easy for the community to give input on their wants and needs when it comes to parks and programs and amenities, but some of that kind of operational side of things isn't going to be front of mind. So you'll see some additional topics that came through both from consultant team input and staff on this slide. That was a lot of information. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, discuss any of these further, or jump back to any slides where you, if anything was unclear.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Did you want to add anything, Adrian?
No. Oops. Nothing to add. I really enjoyed this process and learned a lot about our community, and look forward to, informally continuing this process.
Thank you. To the board.
Meg has her hand up.
Meg,
Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Oh, finally, sorry. First, I want to thank the team that put this together. It was super comprehensive and really helpful to walk through. I had two questions. Well, one comment, one question, I guess. It looks like an overarching theme is kind of communication, and on slide 9, it mentions one of the things for improving walkability mentions documentation. I'm assuming that's around trail maps and things like that, and maybe publishing those online. I'm curious about suggestions you have for that. And then on slide 13, where we are below revenue and cost recovery, and if you had specific suggestions, or if the Parks and Rec team has been thinking about either of these things as well, I'd love to hear from them.
Thank you for those questions, Meg. I'll answer first, and then see if Adrian wants to add to your first observation on the communication and specifically around trails. You're exactly right. We did hear, and we have discussed with staff the opportunities to improve people's awareness of the trails that do exist. And I know there have been ongoing efforts by staff to document the formal trail network so that can be better communicated, making those available either as an online resource or a printable resource. And related to that would also be over time expanded wayfinding and trail markers kind of throughout the system to help support that as well. But that was one of those themes that came up, and you were right in that observation. And then regarding the cost recovery, as I indicated, a lot of that programming is getting is in that kind of growth phase, and I think that seeing that cost recovery as it is right now is encouraging because it shows that there is room to grow as those programs continue to grow and develop. I think the one caveat to note is that you are fairly constrained when it comes to spaces to offer those types of programs, and so that is one limiting factor, is having the indoor space for year-round programming, and a part of that would be growing and developing those partnerships for use of indoor spaces, and then I made a comment earlier about some limited capacity to grow programming without staffing, but another opportunity there, and something that staff are already doing, is utilizing independent contractors to provide programming as well. So there's, I think, a variety of opportunities and some important limitations or constraints to understand as well.
I would add, just similar to what Ryan has said, this data was from fiscal year 25.
Yes.
And, since then, beginning of fiscal year 26, we have had a full-time program coordinator and have obviously seen some successes in the program fund. So I think that we are generally headed in the right direction. Certainly lots more brainstorming, creativity, thinking outside the box, and using the results that the information that we're hearing here on what our community is interested. That helps guide us in figuring out what's going to be successful, what's going to generate revenue. All important things to take into consideration. And certainly with the limitations on space, but we're committed to continuing to offer diverse programs for the community. And I would, back to the trails thing. Yes, we've had a trails coordinator, fiscal year 26, who has been very focused on improving trails, improving signage, improving wayfinding, and mapping. That is the ultimate goal, is to have as many of all of our maps available online. We've got a lot of trails, and a trails coordinator who's just about a year in. So a lot of progress has been made, and that's the goal, is to get it all online.
Thank you. Meg, while you have your microphone on, any other questions? Maybe I jumped the gun.
Sorry. Nope, I'm here. No, I mean, that's great. I appreciate, like I said, the work that's been done, and it's a good reminder that this, you guys have additionally made some additional staff improvements. So yeah, I'm excited and encouraged by this.
Further questions from the board? Kendall?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on where you mentioned the capital gap. Did you actually look at what we fund through the capital now compared to what we should be funding through the capital based on what we have for assets? Could you say there is a reinvestment risk?
Thank you, Kendall. I think I'm following what you're asking there. And as we were looking at the capital investment, that has fluctuated from year to year. And so we were using kind of an average number for that 5-year projection so that we could try to draw some comparison to those benchmarks. To your point about reinvestment risk, yes, I do think that as a budget allows, additional investment in maintaining what you already have will go a long way in not having that backlog in the future. We work with a lot of clients who, some who are proactive in that, and then others who are playing that catch-up game. And of course, like anything, it's always better to be on top of that than to find yourself in a position where you have a larger deficit and are struggling to keep up. That said, I think that town and the staff are doing a remarkable job in maintaining the park system, especially with the resources available. And so I don't want to give any indication that there's any significant concern there. I think that as you look at some of the community interests and needs for the future, the ability to try to deliver on some of those certainly are going to require a different level of funding and investment than is available currently.
Okay, so that, you're basically saying that we are okay right now prior to any additional investments that we make?
Yes, I'm saying yes. I think that the investment. I think that staff would certainly say that they've got a list of things that could use improvement and modification. I think that staff are doing a great job with what they have. But I think that benchmark just serves as an indicator that as there's opportunity to continue to make those investments in maintaining what you have first, and then evaluating opportunities for some of that, expansion that the community has referenced.
Okay, thank you.
Andy?
More a comment than a question. I'm thrilled to have this in our hands now, and I'm looking forward to see what actions and recommendations come from it. And I really like the fact that we now have it to point to justify things that we want to do. So thank you for doing this. It's great.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Ethan?
Excuse me. Thank you, Ryan. I just have one question about the assessment category for the ranking down the bottom. Needs can't speak tonight. Prioritization on page 26.
Mm-hmm.
Slide 26. Can you just speak to the assessments? Is that your assessment, the category there?
Is there a particular one, or are you wanting me to just generally?
Yeah. I'm curious about the community gardens personally. Just surprised to see that it only came up in 2 places and not any staff input or other public comment cards or anything like that. So I'm just curious what assessments is and how it was ranked high there.
Yes, thank you for asking that. So there, because something doesn't show up in one of those columns doesn't mean that it didn't come up at all, but that it didn't show up as a recurring theme. Community gardens did come up in some of those, as indicated here, the community listening sessions, as well as in that consulting assessment. That's referring back to that level of service. So when we did the benchmarking with other communities and the amenities that are offered based on your population, that assessment did show that for a community of a similar size based on your population would typically have a community garden. And you'll see that it also showed up through the online comments and priorities as well. So there were a few different places that came up as a theme, but not to the extent as some of those other things on the list. And I think an important thing to note for all of these is, it's really hard to provide the terminology of a high priority or a lower priority. I think again, that statistically valid survey and that weighting methodology really prioritizes things that are going to have the greatest impact on needs and importance across the community. So, for example, things that are a little bit more specialized, things such as gardening or even particular types of sports or interests are going to show up lower just because there are fewer people that would utilize them compared to those who might walk or bike or enjoy nature. And that doesn't mean that they aren't important or that they shouldn't be offered. It's just, again, that level of impact of that investment compared to others.
Awesome. Appreciate the explanation. And then my only other question I have is, what is a diamond field? Is that a baseball field?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, we sometimes use some strange terminology, rectangle fields and diamond fields, so that we're not excluding baseball versus softball versus t-ball. So we just refer to the shape, but you're spot on.
Thank you.
Ethan, you must have read my mind. On the diamond field situation, I know that we obviously the community has Foster Road, but that is a school property. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And so I know that on the maps you color coded it as a different resource But you don't take that in consideration when saying whether we need it or not, or if we have it in the community?
That is, I'm glad you brought that up. So that is another consideration when we were doing the needs assessment work, and in particular that, because that is also tied with your impact fee analysis, we were focusing on those assets that you own and maintain. But a reason that we've not highlighted adding ball fields as a significant, must do is because you do have access to those school fields, and if anything were to change, that would be a deficit, but that's not a major concern because you have those fields. But for that analysis of the level of service, we did just include those that are on town property.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Not seeing any other board members with comments, we'll open to public comment. Anyone in the room? Seeing no hands in the room. Jumping online. I see 2 hands online. Let's start with Lois Whitmore.
Hi, I have a couple of observations. I'm a little shocked that you would not see the relationship of self-sustaining, financially viable, multi-generational, multi-arts facility. Certainly, some of you might remember the children's choir that existed for a long time, which brought a lot of people and a lot of energy to performing arts in this community. For people of all ages, an art center is a very attractive place because it allows people to socialize, it allows interactions between generations. We have the Vermont's Arts Board, which has a reservoir of wonderful artists who can contract to teach, but so that they don't have to be provided within the local staff. We have people who would do poetry readings or open mics or whatever. And it's certainly an option for something which is very inclusive for members of the community who are not perhaps so sports-minded, but are still looking for recreational opportunities. It also has the ability to attract people from outside the community, bringing dollars in and possibly generating income in a four-season way, which would be a real asset to the community. And I'm surprised that was not developed as a viable idea. I'm concerned about your statement about meeting the greatest needs, which I think is maybe the wrong question. I think one of the questions that you should be considering is whose needs are not being met, because we have a weight on people who are able-bodied and physically active and who have mobility, and we've just eliminated a bus route. So we have basically reduced the accessibility of many of these activities for many of our residents. And I think transportation is a factor in access to recreation and something which needs to be on the table here and addressed. I think that the use of the local option tax as a method of funding things is discriminatory in that it falls most heavily on people who can't easily afford it, which is the local residents, as opposed to activities such as an art center, which conceivably could be funded from money outside the community and outside the tax base. So I think that those are options that should be reconsidered and put into a potential use for some of the town land. That's all.
Thank you, Lois. I see a hand from Lorraine.
Hi, Lorraine Zaloom, 74 Center Road. Thank you for this presentation. It's very exciting. Lois, we're both artists, can you tell? So I was curious in some of the surveys if there were some breakouts of things like recreation, because I played certainly both sports and I did arts. Was there a deeper dive into some of the questions in terms of what the needs were for the town? Like, does recreation include arts?
Thank you for that question. And I just want to make sure it's all right for me to respond to that. I don't know if that needs to go to the board or
No,
staff
go ahead.
first. Yes, thank you for the question. First, I want to say, kind of addressing both of your observations. First of all, it kind of reiterating that just because it showed up in that lower category doesn't mean that something there shouldn't be done. For example, trash cans at parks, I think, are also important, but you know, the caveat with this weighting is this is again based on that indicated community need, and I think a lot of what you've mentioned for arts and theater programming can certainly be something that can be prioritized or offered, whether that's through existing programs or venues, or if there's some opportunity for additional indoor space or facility in the future that would maybe typically be integrated there. So I think there's opportunity for that. This plan is certainly shouldn't be taken as saying that the arts are not important or that type of programming. This is just like an excerpt from that overall analysis. Specific to your question about the questions specific to arts, I want to be careful not, I just pulled the survey up on my other screen to not say anything incorrectly. We do capture all of the feedback from both the statistically valid survey and those community notes for staff's reference in that overall document. There were not specific art-related follow-up questions. And part of that is because there are so many different directions that we could go, not only within arts, but within every different type of programming category, that for the statistically valid survey, we're limited to really about 6 pages just for attention spans and response rate. So there may be some future opportunity to continue to explore those specific interests and opportunities from a programming standpoint. And I will say that arts, adult visual arts and crafts programs, while it didn't show up on that higher list from a programming standpoint, it showed up in kind of the high end of that mid-tier. We didn't hear as much through some of our community conversations, but I do want to point out that the statistically valid survey does show adult performing arts programs and adult visual art programs right on that brink of that upper tier and the top end of that middle tier. So I do think from a programming standpoint, looking at some of the additional detail in that plan does support that. And again, this one is just trying to synthesize all of those inputs into kind of one table, and it's not perfect.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. Because when I used to be a program director for a cultural arts center. And when I see youth programs or childcare programs, adult senior programs, that to me is sports, recreation, includes the arts and all the arts. So I was just wondering if that was a general, and I assume other
Yes.
people who were giving input probably may think with the same thinking cap as me. I know a lot of other people think sports programs first, but I don't. To me, it's all encompassing. So I was kind of surprised to see the arts and theater program kind of pulled out separately,
Yep.
which was very interesting.
You make a very good observation, and you're absolutely correct that youth programs and adult programs, senior programs generally would be inclusive of arts. And one of the challenges of this methodology is that when we pull out a specific type of program type, it's naturally going to show up lower on the list. The fact that it shows up there when several other types of program categories do not indicates that there is an interest there. So to your point, yes, that would be a subset of youth and adult programs, and that's on this list. There's a considerable number of other types of specific programs that were identified that didn't reach the threshold to make it onto this table, just because they are so specialized. So I do want to point that out, that's why when you mention, you don't see some specific other pickleball lessons in leagues or teen programs. Actually, that one I do believe would be included there, but it is because some of those didn't make that cutoff on this table.
No, thank you for that explanation. That's what I
Yep.
was thinking when I saw this. Certainly having done a program directing for a while. And also what we found I was there for 10 years and in our programming, we found actually was fascinating was the youth programs in the arts were our bread and butter. And also noticed that at the library, I think they held a couple of small type of art things and for the seniors, I think, or maybe it was for everybody, and those filled out super fast. So there is certainly a strong interest, and I assume this is just kind of scaffolding for breaking out in the future. And then also, I want to give kudos to the rec department as well. I utilize the Indian Brook a lot, and it feels like a revitalization to me in a way because I'm starting to see the new signs are going up, which are beautiful. So a new outdoor portalet. I see another campsite. It looks like people are really taking to the rental program as well. And I'm curious to see. Hopefully, we're delineating, which I assume we will, people that are coming from outside to the park, as opposed to people who are residents here and in the rentals, and maybe getting a handle on how much that attracts more people or not. But I'm thrilled with this because it just shows there's a lot of opportunity for revenue bearing things for point of use sales, which I think certainly can help our town in terms of taxes and bring people to our businesses and our restaurants. It's just a lot of opportunity, and the mass amount of acreage for the staff to handle is incredible. We have a wealth of that, and that's it's a privilege to have that and live in a town that has that. So I want to thank you for that. And then also was curious because that new outdoor area at our pool at Sandhill Pool, which I love. The Sandhill Pool is amazing. Was that area being also rented out for like parties and things like that too? And hopefully in the future, like the Maple Street Park we'll look at maybe the cost and cost benefit of actually having an enclosed space so that we could build out more programs indoors that are attached to this pool, given that we have the sewer core already there. And certainly I think we looked at the indoor pool with the cover. I'm sure the cost has probably gone up since we last looked at it, but I would love to hear a report on that as well. And thanks for your time, everybody. This is great.
Do you want to respond real quick?
Yeah, I think the question specifically was about at Sandhill Pool. We installed the butterfly, which is a shade structure. We already had that kind of fenced in or gated area, but we added shade there, which is rentable. Certainly first come, first serve if there's no rentals, but we are renting it, and it's a great place. We're getting birthday party rentals. We have packages available online where you can choose your amount of guests. It includes pool passes, picnic tables there as well. So yeah, that's another way our department's creatively looking at programming and hopefully revenue.
Thank you. I see the hand M Music.
Yeah, sorry, Margaret Smith, Alder Lane, and I just want to second the idea of including space for arts. The Essex High School auditorium gets used all the time for plays and musicals and concerts and all kinds of things. So a space for arts would also cover children's programs and adult programs, and it is the kind of thing where there's a lot of socialization going on, especially useful for seniors who may not get out in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands online or in the room. We'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion? Andy?
question got triggered in my mind
Please.
during that discussion. The library, I know the library's programs were not included in this study, but I think the library was considered from a space needs standpoint, or was it, am I conflating with something else? Because that's an issue they have also, is not
Yeah.
having a place to do the programs they want to do.
Yeah, we didn't necessarily include them in programming because we kind of focused on the output of our department specifically, and there wasn't really a component to the space. But I do believe that Caitlin attended one of the community listening sessions, so it certainly invited them to be participants in our community partners part of the exercise.
Yep, great, okay.
Andy,
I make a motion that the select board adopt the Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment.
thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm going to give that to Meg. Any last discussion by the board? Seeing none, all is in favor of accepting the
Adopting.
adopting the Parks and Rec needs assessment. All those say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Move on to part 2. Stay where you are. Presentation and possible adoption of Parks and Recreation impact fee analysis.
Okay. This is Jesse Myatt. I'm just going to do an unofficial audio check here. Can everyone hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. And I'm going to go ahead and request the share as well. And that's coming right now. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Let me just, I think I can go full screen. If that does any difference there?
Looks great.
Great. Well, thank you. Good evening, board members. I certainly appreciate your time this evening. My name is Jesse Myatt. I'm a manager with Barry Dunn. And more importantly, I've had the pleasure of serving as the project manager, working with Adrian and the entire town team in preparing this impact fee analysis study. I'll be your tour guide at a very high level, going through methodology, our findings, and our recommendations based on those findings. And certainly feel free to interrupt me at any point along the way with questions, though we'll certainly have ample time at the end for any questions and/or comments. And I'm happy to pop back to anything. Just to give the board a little background, the last impact fee study prepared by a third party or an external consultant, if you will, was in 2004, 20 plus years ago. And of course, things were a lot different on a number of different fronts back then. Certainly, the junction, the town were one entity, as well as a number of different things. And so while staff have certainly analyzed, offered input, and recommended adjustments since then, this external study is the first in a number of years. Bringing us to the present, we've certainly taken great pains to review, analyze, and discuss the current level of service, as my colleague Ryan just went through in great detail, and discuss those service delivery objectives based on this current fiscal year, and identify those needs and deficiencies going forward with regards to added capacity. We're looking towards that future. We elected to look at about a 10-year planning horizon. The crystal ball gets a little fuzzier after that, and certainly we didn't want to revisit this again in 20 plus years. We want to give some opportunity for the town to have some check-in points over the next 10 years to make adjustments if needed. But what we did is develop those level of service scenarios related to projected population growth associated with new development, and of course the associated capital expansion costs that would come with satisfying the service demands based on that new development and presumable population growth. Our work is largely, and in some areas entirely, governed by Vermont state statute as it pertains to municipal parks impact fees. Two core components in the statute I just want to bring to the board's attention. Our impact fees in Vermont are authorized under this statute, and the methodology for calculating the impact fee must be sounded on reasonable and realistic nexus and proportionality. And we'll get into that a little bit more, but that's essentially a fancy way of saying that we have to come up with some sort of realistic framework that's associated with new growth only. On the fiscal side of things, from a revenue generation and a funding source standpoint, impact fees are legally restricted to funding capital improvements that are specifically necessitated, by new growth. So impact fee revenue cannot be a source of funding to remedy existing deficiencies. If a playground needed new equipment, an existing playground, or for instance, if a facility needed a roof, as an example, certainly cannot use impact fee revenue or funding for those types of capital improvements. And of course, we can't use them to fund general day-to-day operations, personnel, non-personnel expenditures, so on and so forth. So we've got our essentially our boundaries established by the state, and there's three core components in addition to that the statute tells us that the town must have a conferred planning process. Of course, it does. Clearly defined level of service standard. Yours is as current as it's going to be, probably in the near future, as it's about 5 minutes old, because Ryan just walked you all through that. So that certainly satisfies that middle leg of the stool to the greatest extent possible. Our work that we'll talk about for the rest of the presentation here is calculating and developing that reasonable and proportional formula to calculate what the amount of the impact fee would be based on our projected growth, development, and service demands. And really, impact fees can be no more than the proportion of the capital costs attributed to that new development. And once again, no operations, no maintenance, and it must be tied to the type of facility as well. So I'm going to take you through over the next couple of slides, really the four core components. I certainly won't read everything on these slides, and obviously the detail it can be found in the project report that was provided to the board. But ultimately, we started with inventorying the existing parks and recreation assets. Once again, everything my colleague just went through, and then some, to really establish what those current baselines are, and then we can go ahead and assess what the impact to those baselines would be based on some scenarios of population and development growth. And so we looked at town-owned parks, certainly excluding anything for the junction, unless there's an applicable reason to include it. We looked at those amenities, those fields, courts, playgrounds, trails, etc., acreage, and so on and so forth. And as Ryan demonstrated, that really facility per 1,000 satisfies the element in the statute which requires us to establish that level of service baseline. We then developed those service population and development growth forecasts. And so we ran a number of analyses based on data sources from the town, county, and state level, looking at residential units and the expected folks that typically move into these residential units. Excuse me. We differentiated, as is in your current framework, the differentiation between single family and multifamily. And these are really standard practices in developing these types of growth scenario development approaches for Vermont impact fee studies with regards to parks. There are a number of different types of impact fee studies that a town or a city or an agency might undertake. And there are certainly different ways of calculating those different types of services that are provided. We then identified, again, from that current level of baseline, and identified only those growth-driven capital needs. And so we looked at things that if X number of people moved into town and X number of residential structures were built, what would we need to assume that we would need to expand based on our current facilities because of that growth? We ran a bunch of those scenarios, and we'll get to the three that we chose here in 1 second. And very importantly, per the statute, that ultimately, once we do identify these needs, for an impact fee to be assessed, we have to see them in a capital improvement plan or a budget. And those can be elements that are common, and perhaps some of these are in your current CIP. Those could be new neighborhood parks, expanded trail segments, new athletic fields, and so on and so forth. And then finally, we take all of that information and boil it down into an impact fee calculation. And what you're seeing there, I know it's getting a little late in the evening for a math formula, but drilled down into its most basic level, this is the impact fee calculation. We take all of our analysis, all of our data, all of our information, and really identify the growth share of those project costs, and then multiply that by our projected new population and what the town's population would be at build out. That gives us a small percentage usually of what we would apply to the total projected capital costs that we would attribute to new growth. There's a few other things we do. We adjust for state or federal grants because those are funding sources that would offset some of those costs. Most importantly, we also adjust for future tax contributions because ultimately any new development will come on the tax roll and then start paying taxes into overall operations. And so we don't want to double count, if you will, 10 years into the future because those facilities and certainly residential units will be paying their fair share of taxes at that point. And of course, any other other types of contributions that we may have seen historical trends on. Those could be, donations, things of that nature that we want to adjust for. That gives us our baseline for the math side of things. Then we have to go ahead and say, well, how are we going to assess what we're going to consider new growth? And so we landed on 3 scenarios for the town, a minimal, a moderate, and a maximum growth scenario. And the basis for our data, again, was working with town data. The latest and greatest at the county level, and really the type of data that was applicable to our study, came from the county's Regional Planning Commission, and specifically their ECOS report in 2026. So very recent, the latest on county level kind of population trends and development targets for the county and the town. And this allowed us to really be confident in some of our scenario development. The minimal growth scenario that we started with estimates about 850 new residents over the next 10 years, spread across about 370 residential dwelling units. The moderate growth bumps that up to about 1,700 additional residents across 740 new residential units. And the maximum growth scenario, which is essentially a breakneck growth scenario, if you will, is approximately 2,500 new residents and over 1,100 new residential dwelling units over the next 10 years. True to form, a 3-legged stool, we kind of landed in the middle. We feel that the moderate growth scenario, while aggressive and optimistic, is certainly still within the realm of reality over the next 10 years. And now I just want to just also mention that we did have to check ourselves with our data in that population trends, and this is probably no surprise to the board or anybody participating this evening, population trends both at the town, then at the county and the state level certainly have not materialized to the optimistic levels that were expected 15 years ago. If we go back and look at county population projections or even state population projections that were made in 2012 and 2015, they are well below what would be expected. And so growth has not materialized to the optimistic level that it was expected to a decade and a half ago. And so we certainly want to bake that into our element to satisfy that realistic scenario per the state statute. Given that, we really do think the moderate growth scenario is certainly achievable.
Jesse,
Yes.
Kim, I saw your hand.
I was just going to ask, does the last 10 years back up that moderate growth for the next 10 years? Or is it minimal growth over the last 10 years?
It trends towards the moderate growth scenario. It certainly does.
We have met those numbers for the last 10 years for the moderate growth?
Well, the moderate growth... Our moderate growth scenario is this point looking forward. And so I will say that population projections and growth scenarios that were made at the county level or perhaps in other town planning efforts certainly probably haven't been realized to the optimistic extent as they had been. But our scenario is developed to be looking forward for the next 10 years. And so we would expect that, the town would see a population growth of about 1,700 residents. And again, that development side of the coin of about 740 new residential dwelling units. And so the impact fee needs to be forward looking, not necessarily reverse looking.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Ethan.
Hey, Jesse, Ethan, real quick.
Yep.
Did you guys look at the town numbers at all? Because from what I remember from a conversation like 6 months ago, there was like on average 35 to 50 new houses a year, 52. And he's nodding his head yes for 52. So I'm not sure about units for apartment complexes, but 740 is like nowhere near reality. 370 is also not even.
It's over 10 years.
For 10, yeah. But for population, we're 1,700. So I just wanted to note that Chittenden County actually lost residents last year instead of gained. But
Certainly, and back to my comments on the previous slide, absolutely. What we wanted to do is develop at least a real, the upper end of a realistic scenario, which puts that about 74 units over the next 10 years. Annually, to get you to that 740. I know in the aggregate it sounds like a lot, but certainly in order to go ahead and assess what the impact of that would be, we had to land on something that demonstrated some growth for your impact fee scenario. Ultimately, it would essentially be the status quo if we didn't want to make any adjustments. But certainly, again, we did realize that both from an anecdotal standpoint and in an objective data analysis that population, state, drill down to the county, maybe even drill down to the town, is certainly going to need to see an upward swing to meet even the moderate growth scenario. I certainly agree with that. And one more thing I should just mention that the county did to the extent that they direct any strategic planning at the town level with regards to development, and I'm certainly not speaking for your planning and development staff here this evening. The town laid out targets, the county laid out residential unit targets for the town in the 90 to 94 unit range. And so we essentially backed it down from that, taking that ECOS plan that I just referenced and cited a moment ago. We even came down from that, what they were considering. That's their moderate growth scenario is your 94 units. We've even pulled that down based on your comments and just the trends that we're seeing with regards to slower than expected population and development growth.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I shared similar comments when I attend. I'm the alternate. Andy's sitting beside me as the member for the Regional Planning Commission, but I attended a meeting and they were, I don't know if it was finishing up, it would have been this spring, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was just,
pretty
so I was there for some conversations and where the conversation was had, but I just, I'm having a hard time looking at numbers that are almost double what they are actually going to be. But so can you explain something to me really quickly? This equation doesn't work if there's not this much growth. So if let's just say that we only had, let's just use 500 for a round number. Let's just say we had 500 units.
Mm-hmm.
Would the whole equation have to change? Would the rate go down?
It would if you changed it at that point, and that's a great question. And so right now, the equation satisfies it to the letter of the law and the statute in that it's calculated correctly. Should you want to take the temperature on things in the next 3 years or the next 5 years, because growth is not trending to the levels that we've laid out here, you can certainly pull back and or reduce those fees. What is unique about the impact fee is that it is only assessed when, not to get ahead of myself, but just to answer your question right now, and we'll review this in a slide or two. The fee for the impact fee is only assessed at essentially the time the building permit is pulled or when the certificate of occupancy is issued. And so really the impact comes down to your revenue expectancy. And so if you only build 100 new units over the next 10 years, that doesn't mean your calculation is incorrect. That just means your revenue realized is going to be much lower than it would be should you hit your essentially your countywide population and growth development trend targets. That impacts the revenue side for the town, but it doesn't necessarily make null and void the calculation, if that makes sense.
Okay, but the spending wouldn't be based on the 740 units also, because aren't you predicting what you're going to spend for the new residents, and then you're charging the residents that fee? So if you
certainly, yes, but the ratio would pull back, so we wouldn't be theoretically and presumably you wouldn't be spending to the level that you would have if you hit the 740 new structures or 1,700 residents. You wouldn't need to spend that much, so the revenue proportionally kind of tracks with the development. Right. You still wouldn't spend the same amount for these 1,700 residents if you didn't realize those residents.
Right, but the person paying the impact fee would pay like there was going to be the full amount.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
The full amount.
what you see here, bless it, was adjusted essentially midstream, or again taking that temperature, whether it's 3 years from now and or 5, whenever the town, the board felt it would be appropriate to do so. There wouldn't be any adjustment in the actual fee assessed unless there was a concerted effort to adjust that either upwards or downwards at that point.
Awesome. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Yes, no. Great questions, and a couple of things we were going to hit upon, but yes, it certainly is one of the more complex calculations, and even on the park side of things, it's one of the elements that is really dependent on perhaps some of the least accurate information we have, in that, yes, we can look at trends, we can look at current population growth realization, but nobody really knows what the population is going to be 5 years from now. It could go in the other direction. It could be a boom for any way, shape, or form. And so we do have to land on a point in time scenario to model and calculate the fee, but all great questions. If in fact the town moves forward and would want to see an adjustment to current impact fee levels based on this moderate growth scenario, you can see down there at the bottom, the current single-family residential impact fee would go from $628 per residential unit to $732. And the multifamily residential would go from $473 per unit to $637. Certainly, we're expecting that you will see more multifamily residential, and should you realize any certainly the county's optimistic targets, but the moderate growth scenario, obviously in the town of your makeup, you're going to realize that based on multifamily residential development. It's unlikely we will see 740 new standalone residential structures. And so with that, again, kind of just to reiterate some of the questions there, the revenue generation expected from the impact fee would be limited to how many units are built annually. If we just take that simple average, that would be a trend of about 74 units annually, and the revenue would be realized either at the time of the building permit issuance or the time of the certificate of occupancy, whichever the town chooses to realize the revenue generated. And certainly, just to reiterate, those impact fees are expected to generate that revenue in proportion to the development. So certainly, should development be slower paced than expected, revenue will trend downward in proportion to that new development. And so essentially it just follows that suit. There's no absolute amount that you would receive. Conversely, should development activity be higher than anticipated, we would see revenue generation track accordingly. Right now, just to put a dollar value to all of the work that we just went over, both from the impact fee calculation and the growth and development population trends, should you hit that 74 units annually, that could generate about $50,000 to $65,000 of revenue annually. Again, that will track in accordance with actual development going forward. And then finally, I think we just covered a lot of this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a quick question about that slide, but yeah, if the increase is only $200, how do you get $50,000 in revenue off from 74 units?
So it'd be 74 units, and we would essentially track it to that 74 times, pick it in the middle there, because we don't know which ones would be multi-unit. So 74 times, call it 700, translates into roughly $50,000 to $65,000.
Okay, but isn't there a current? Is there a current?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rec impact.
So it wouldn't be new revenue; it would just be total revenue. You're already charging.
Nope.
What's the current? What's the 628?
See, I see what you're saying. Yes. The difference. Yes, the difference in that would be probably lower to you'd certainly trend lower. You call it $15,000 to $20,000 of additional revenue on an annual basis. What we were projecting here is essentially total annual revenue. Great question. Any other questions before I go to the next slide?
I'm good. Thank you.
All set.
Final slide, and certainly happy to revisit any slides or answer any other questions. Excuse me. Kind of coming back to why we chose to pick that 10-year planning horizon as far as projections. A couple of reasons from a literal perspective. In that sometimes towns like to update planning documents and other strategic planning efforts. We'll call it every 5 to 8 years. And so generally when you go through that exercise, you have the latest and greatest on population trends and development trends at that point. And certainly broader changes to capital budget and programming adjustments might occur every 3 to 5 years based on trends in what we're seeing and changes in preference or community demands, things of that nature. And then getting back again to the board member's comment about adjustment, should we not realize that? Certainly looking at that 10-year impact fee horizon, it helps us ensure that the fee reflects the adopted capital projects, but tracks those realistic, growth assumptions. In that, should we want to just take the temperature again, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever it may be, an adjustment can be made at any point in time. You certainly can kind of take the framework, adjust it downwards, or if we realize the other side of the coin, adjust it upwards at that point. And certainly encourage, not only you all specifically per this project, but every community we work with to really not wait another 22 years before looking at this again.
Thank you, Jesse. Further questions from the board for our Parks Director or presenters as well?
Stupid question.
Kendall, you're up first.
The only stupid question is one not asked. So we currently collect impact fees for the park. What do we do with those? Do we have a separate impact fee account that you use when you do new projects, just as he has specified?
Yeah, I don't know if Dan wants to chime in, but yeah, they're kept separately because they do have limitations on how we can use them in terms of, as Jesse went over, the specificity around new, in response to new development.
Okay, so you only spend that when you have a new project that's coming up based on a requirement from the additional population?
So they're set aside within the capital projects program. So in that way, they're just like used for future rec-related items. So it's set aside within our capital projects portfolio. Okay. It's one of the groups of items that we have there.
Okay, thank you.
Ethan.
I just had a little brain fart there, so I did the numbers really quick. But if you take the differences between the single family, the 732, the 628, and the multifamily, the 637, the 473, and you add those two numbers together and divide it by 2, you get 134. So you multiply that by 74, it's only $9,916 is the actual increase that they're proposed in this. So my question is, without the big growth and without the big lift for actually realizing this revenue and the state of the town screaming for a housing crisis, is $9,000 beneficial to the rec department over impacting new growth in the town? Because you're only going to gain $9,000 with this increased fee at your current model. But you're going to discourage growth by raising permit fees. So I'm just wondering if the $9,916 is worth that. You can check my numbers.
No, I'm not questioning your numbers, and what my mind is stuck on in the moment is whether there's a correlation to just whether that would, what factor that plays into discouraging development. So I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the direct correlation.
Greg, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, if I may, and it's kind of a question for Jesse to build off of Ethan's question.
Yep.
And Ethan, I think you're asking, what's worth it, and how much will we disincentivize housing development to get an extra $130, $160 per unit? But Jesse, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's safe to say that we are long overdue for an update to the rec impact fee, because we're basing a model off of something that's more than 20 years old. Is there sort of an in-between the moderate and the low growth that kind of keeps us at about the same amount? Is that what you're getting at, Ethan, of what?
Yeah, I mean, just from observation, right? And I'm no specialist here, and I did not spend countless hours on this, but from observation, if I look at this chart, you can correlate between L and M pretty, I would say, confidently. So for units, you're going to go to impact fee per unit on average is basically what I'm seeing on your chart. So if you go back to Essex's realisticness of 52, 628 is currently above our realisticness. So we're already above what's actually happening.
So, Ethan, I feel like this is a math thing.
Yeah,
So
it's
I think
definitely all math. But if
So-
you look at
and I-
740 units, it's $732.
No,
You're only off by $8.
I agree with what you've said so far.
Yeah.
740 units, maybe $100 change here and there, $9,000 as a revenue increase. But the problem is, in the past, we haven't been at this pace. So the revenue increase is actually going to be more. And you've spoken to this before, saying, well, we're definitely not growing at this pace now. So I think, we need to consider, we haven't grown at this pace. We've been collecting whatever number at 628. This model is proposing a lot more to get to $50,000 or $60,000, whereas right now that number is a lot less.
Right.
So I think there's a volumetric piece of it. If we're actually increasing these residential units, that's will be compounded with a $100 increase that you're noting in the values right now.
Right. I agree with all of that, Dan. Thank you for giving me a different perspective of it too. But in my mind, right, the value is you are saying you're going to charge me $732 because you're going to spend let's just use 700,000. I know it says 541, but you're going to spend $541,000. Okay. The reality is you're only going to collect $500 per unit because your number is going to come down from that 74 to that 50. So your actually collection is going to be less. You're going to spend less than the $541,000, but you're charging me on my permit like you're going to spend the full amount. So you're overcharging me and underserving on the reverse side of it because you're not fulfilling your number that you're using for a ratio. So you're overcharging new residents for a service that you can't actually provide because you don't have the growth to provide it. So I'm just wondering if through all this, if this, and maybe I'm wrong and I can be quiet after this, but I just wanted to share this perspective of that $628. If you use this average with the 740 units to the $732 a unit, it's almost equal. So if you went back to that 628, you'd still be asking for 628 units in 10 years. I agree, it hasn't been that way, but if you look back, the last 10 years, the average, some years there was only 27 houses built, and there was 30 houses built, and there was 50 houses built. And I don't know about you, but driving around town, I don't see huge places for development to take place. So I'm just trying to be a little bit more of, is $9,900 worth discouraging new development to the 50 people that are planning on building here this year?
Could I, if you don't mind? So Ethan, I had asked some similar questions about this, saying, boy, when we looked at fire, it was a real difference, and it really was a significant number that we needed to come up to meet the new growth in the community. When we were talking about this, I asked about the 628. When I asked about how we could get there, I was told, you have to work with data. You can't back into the number in terms of projections. And so I was pushing on the minimal growth scenario. That actually would require a reduction in the impact fee. So at this level, my understanding was this was the only way we could get to a data-supported formula that involved an increase in the fee. And so if we don't want to go in that direction, just beware that the likely outcome could be, if you wanted to go with a different projection, an actually reduction in the fee. And Jesse could probably keep me honest on that, but that was what I took away from it, was that you have to be optimistic in your growth scenario to continue to receive the same amount of revenue that we have. So
Absolutely, just to support that, without doing the actual math here on the call this evening, yes, absolutely. Anything but the moderate growth scenario will either be maintaining the status quo or adopting an update to adopt the minimal growth scenario, which may be more in line with recent trends. That would certainly be a significant reduction. I don't have it here in front of me, but a couple $100 in the other direction would be the minimal growth scenario.
Andy.
So I guess, what are we being asked to do here with the word adopt? Does this mean we would say we're going to go do this moderate growth scenario and we're going to implement those? Is that what we're saying by adopt, or what do we?
So my take, if I'm answering, if you recall from the work on the fire ordinance, the actual change within the number is different than the ordinance and the study. So we've got the ordinance requiring the fee, the study that they've done to identify the growth projections, and then the actual fee. So what you're being asked to do tonight is accept the study. At a later time, we would request that you make a determination on whether you want to increase the fee or
Okay,
lower.
so we're not setting the fee tonight.
Correct.
That's not the question. Okay, just want to
Should have started.
clarify that for myself. Thank you. I did go pull up the Ecos plan. I'll confess that I did something on the internet, work related or meeting related though, so I think it's allowed. And the for Essex Town, the last 23 years, the annual historic growth is 51 housing units. That's for a 23-year time period. And so, right, when we were given the targets by the state, the middle or the moderate growth target is actually 89. And so this is like I think you said that it's between the lower and the middle. Actually, the low is 44, the high is 133, and so okay. So I'm just to have those numbers out there and looked them all up. A concern that I have with regard to expecting the growth to be even 74 is the select board chose not to opt into Tier 1B, which would lower the development the review requirements, the regulatory requirements. So other municipalities around us that did opt in will be more incentivized to have housing growth in their communities than we will. So I think there's a depressing effect there with regard to what our growth is going to be. Impossible to quantify. So that's a concern I have. I don't have any problems with the math. I understand that we have to have a formula based, and I'm happy to hear that we're going to have more discussion about what those fees may or may not be in the future. And so I think I'm now satisfied.
Thank you, Andy. Just making sure we're not missing anything from Meg.
Maggie did have her hand up.
Great, Meg. Let's give you the floor.
Thanks. My couple of questions were kind of similar to, I think to Andy's. The one thing I did want to clarify is essentially the current numbers, the 628 and 473 that we're talking about, were based on the last time this study was done, which is when you said 2004. Okay.
That's correct from the consulting standpoint, board member. Yes, but I do believe, and I'll defer this to staff, that the fee has been updated periodically since that third-party study based on staff input. But I will defer to staff on that.
It is not. It's been it was updated according to a schedule the first 10 years of its existence. It has not been updated since I think it's 2013.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any other board hands. Let's go to public comment. And seeing no hands in the room, I see a hand online. Lorraine.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. when I'm looking at this, is it just residential housing? Like if it ends up being a second home and they don't count this as their residence, is that in the formula too?
Yes, it would be, and I'll stop short of crossing over into the town's planning and development world. But should there be a building permit pulled for the residential structure, whether or not it's occupied is null per the formula calculation. It's just the fee is paid at that point, regardless, as long as the structure is constructed.
And it's just residential units. It's not any commercial.
That is correct. The scope of our study was just residential based on the current foundation of the framework being just residential and not inclusive of commercial.
And is commercial included in other municipalities or states?
It certainly can be, and it's very geographic centered. That's a great question. It certainly is preference. The calculation for commercial requires a little bit longer of a timeline and a more sophisticated formula in that, in its easiest way to assume what needs to happen is we have to convert employees or folks coming in for that commercial facility into potential residents and then estimate what the potential or the impact of those folks coming into town for 8 hours a day is on the parks and recreation facilities. That's generally the construct. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I will say, again, objectively, it was outside of the scope of our analysis, but just putting a personal take on it, it probably would have changed things minimally, given the town's current commercial landscape, though at some point in the future, it may be good to look at the commercial aspect of things. But it is a little bit of a different dance as far as the calculation.
So for looking at demographics, like things like the park, the Indian Brook Park passes that come from out of town, those kind of things aren't kind of analyzed either in terms of people that visit from out of town and the impact fee.
No, the impact fee needs to be tied to development, not visitors.
Gotcha. And then I was also kind of surprised that we didn't land on the minimal, because looking at the growth from the last couple censuses, the big growth was 2010 to 2020. And then of course, COVID and everything else that kind of wreaked havoc with a lot going on here in Vermont and climate change. It looks like we did lose some population. So I am kind of surprised that we landed on, the medium instead of the minimal. But thank you for the presentation. It's interesting. I look forward to seeing where we go with this.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't see any other hands online or in the room.
Can I offer?
Karen,
If you don't mind.
please.
Quickly, I went back to the analysis that was provided in the June 29th packet, and for the minimal growth impact fee, that would be $282 a unit.
Thank you. So bringing it back to the board, I will just jump in and add my 2 cents. I think that this is a great study. I appreciate it being done. I think it's important to have a formula and metrics and be able to debate, things with numbers and stats, and projections are always fun to play with. I would hope that when we do start talking about the exact fee amount, we get a variety of those tables on page 38 to talk about what is the right level for this town. With that, Ethan.
Just a quick question, but Andy made me start thinking about it for 10 minutes now, and I don't know what I'm thinking about, but what are we voting on? Are we voting on accepting the analysis that we paid the firm for and not what's in the analysis?
We're not voting on anything until there's a motion, but the motion that is being considered is to accept this study
As
and the fact
it was done
how they came up
for
with
us?
these formulas that was done for us.
Okay.
We're not voting on the rate. We're not voting on the moderate versus low
Just
versus high.
Information and
We're voting on this
formulas.
is how we're going to, in the future, use this study to set things.
Okay. I just wanted
If we get to that
to
point.
be clear that I don't support this, but I do support the professional company that we hired to do the job.
Correct. Kendall.
I make the motion that the select board adopt the Parks and Recreation impact fee analysis.
Thank you, Kendall. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andy. Final discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all for all your work. Thanks,
Thank you,
Jesse.
board
Thanks,
members.
Ryan.
Thank you. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Let's jump into business item 6D. Consider appeal of traffic calming measures on Ethan Allen Avenue. Welcome.
Hello.
Please,
Thank
if you
you.
could introduce this, that'd be great.
Annie Costandi, Water Quality Director.
Leah Sanguinetti, Associate Engineer.
So the issue is whether the Town of Essex Selectboard will hold a meeting to discuss the appeal of a speed bump installed on Ethan Allen Avenue per Section 14 of the Traffic Calming Manual. On June 16th, Public Works installed a speed bump on Ethan Allen Avenue in the fort at the request of a citizen petition. There were 17 residents and businesses who signed the petition. I believe there were 3 or 4 residents who opted out of signing the petition. Because the petition came at a point before we had the traffic calming manual, even discussions about the manual, we felt like we should honor the installation of the speed bumps. And so we did conduct a speed study in July of 2024. The speed study determined that there wasn't really a need for traffic calming measures, but at the request of the citizens, like we said, we felt like we should honor that since everybody came together to sign a petition. And so a resident, I'm not sure if they are here, requested that an appeal of the speed bump. At this point, we have received probably like 3 complaints regarding the speed bump, but at the same time, we've also received 2 or 3 thank yous and people appreciative that we have done something for them and they've seen a reduction in speed, according to them. So I guess with that, questions or?
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate you coming. I'll turn to the board. Do you have questions for the staff? Greg, do you have anything to add on this? I know that this is our first step.
No, we had notified the person who had filed the appeal. Looks like Nancy's here, so
Okay.
You want to hear from her and
Great.
some of the comments, but otherwise,
Absolutely.
no, great summary from our staff.
Thank you, staff. I'll let you head back, and I'd like the woman that put the appeal in to come forth and tell us about why you've submitted this.
Hi.
Welcome. Could you just state your name?
Megan,
Thank you.
Ethan Allen Ave. So I appreciate, sticking with facts and whatnot. So I cannot prove that the facts from the speed study were not given to everybody, but from what I can tell, the person that started the petition or that asked for the speed study sent it to 2 out of the 5 board members. And then it was discussed at a board meeting, and I included the notes from that in the information I sent. I just don't understand how we get from the data indicates to us that most people are traveling at the speed limit, only a few people are speeding, and it doesn't warrant Public Works to take action. I think it said, the results were reviewed and we qualify for a speed bump. So, okay, so moving on from that, page 37 of the Traffic Calming Manual is attachment D. Each property is entitled to 1 signature. Page 98 to 99 of the meeting packet for tonight contains the petition, and I believe it contains 3 invalid signatures. I can go over those if you would like, or move on.
If you would like to, please.
So I feel very confident that the 1110 gray is actually the tenant of the person listed below, April. April Peterson's address on the petition is shown incorrectly. So that would be 1 household. 1006, Andrew G. He works with V4, and right next to that you have CHT, who is the property owner. So that would count as 1. And then on page 2, it's unit 1113A, Janine and Andrew S. They are a couple, and they put on there that they're in the same unit, so that is one. And then on page 22 of the traffic calming manual, attachment C, it says that the speed bump or cushion is not appropriate for transit routes, and Ethan Allen Ave has the number 2 run along it. That's all I have.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming and submitting this. We'll just give the board an opportunity to ask questions of you or anything. Kendall, is that your hand?
I'm curious how many people, we have a percent that we need to meet for the petition? Are we close to that percentage?
So I did not see the petition until today when I looked at the meeting packet. I apologize. I don't know what the area, because it says in the traffic calming manual that, you know, the petitioner would come here and be given the neighborhood.
Yes.
So the denominator, I don't know what that is.
Okay, do we know from staff if that happened at all? What percentage of the neighborhood that petition includes?
This was done before we had adopted the traffic calming manual, so there wasn't that defined area. Looking at Public Works staff, I think I had heard you say there was 75% of the residents on your estimation?
About 70% of the residents on the town-owned portion of Ethan Allen Ave.
Okay. And I was surprised as well that there's not really, it doesn't meet our threshold for a speed bump in exceeding the speed. So that was all. I just had those questions.
Andy.
So is your issue that the speed bump installation doesn't satisfy the conditions of the thing that we approved afterwards? It's not that it makes too much noise or that it damages vehicles, or there's just usual complaints we hear from speed bumps. So I'm just wondering what your issue is.
The speed bump is incredibly loud. There are a lot of trucks that go by with that pull in the trailers with all the whatnot attached, that when it hits the speed bump, then everything is shaking, and yeah, it's really loud. But I wasn't going to focus on that. I was going to focus on these facts that it doesn't meet the manual now.
Annie, do you want to come up?
So it's difficult to assess this situation because while the speed study doesn't warrant traffic calming measures, we didn't have the manual in place at the time. We weren't even discussing the manual. So at that point, we had made a decision to have residents petition whether or not they wanted traffic calming measures on their road. So it was at the request of the petition that we did the installation. So the manual came after this whole scenario. So it's kind of difficult to assess the manual on this scenario, even though we are doing the appeal process based on the scenario. So I guess we just have to determine how do we want to move forward. We can definitely reassess the situation based on the manual now that we have it in place. That's an option. The speed bump is temporary. We're only putting it in through the summer months because that's when we generally see more of the speeding. And we're going to be taking it out for winter operations. So just,
so the public's aware, what is the date that it will be removed for winter operations?
Probably October 15th.
Thank you. This is definitely, I mean, we've been talking about traffic calming situations for a while now. The manual that we passed last meeting, I think it was, gives us a standard to go forward with. And obviously we're in a bit of a gray area. I think the appeals process is something that we can use for this, and that's why we're here tonight. So I appreciate the staff. I appreciate you doing your due diligence and bringing this forward. I'll turn it to the board. Obviously, in the recommendation from staff is that we will hear this tonight. We will have, comments and different things made. And then in the manual, it says within 30 days, we will have a decision made or a more in-depth study. So I will turn to Kendall. I see your hand.
I was just going to say that if we know that the petition, even though it was done before the calming study, meets the number of residents in the area that Public Works would specify for the percentage that's required in the traffic calming manual, then I would offer that it's installed and that the only option, because it's not really talked about in the manual what the option is if they want it removed, is I would say that she would have to get a petition to remove it. Unless there's something I missed in the manual that specifies how the residents would go about removing a speed bump once it was installed.
I think it's just the appeal of it.
Correct.
And then it's, yeah.
Just to build off of that, Andy, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's anyone in the community can appeal. It just takes one person to appeal it. Doesn't require a petition to appeal it. And then usually, I think, and this is making me really remember what exactly the fine print is, and you might have a copy in front of you over there, Leah. Maybe come forward and just tell us. I believe it is that they're within 6 months of it being installed.
There isn't a specific time frame that was identified for the appeal to actually happen, but it's once the traffic calming measure has been installed, there's the opportunity for any resident to appeal it. And there's no petition associated with the appeal. It just goes in front of the select board and they make the determination on if that traffic calming measure should be removed, reassessed, adjusted, kind of how the select board wants us to move forward for the community.
Thank you, Leah.
Yep.
You are one of the major drafters of it, so I appreciate you knowing that. I see Meg's hand. We'll go to her.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I believe part of the manual also talks about like there's an evaluation. So like whether or not it was effective once we installed it. I don't know if we want to think about that at all. Just something to consider. And again, I don't know if Leah or Annie have more info on that as well.
We haven't done a speed study since it's been installed. I certainly can have that done. We typically install those for a week time frame, and right now they're being installed on Tuesdays by our interns. So we can certainly have them install one in the next couple weeks to evaluate the speeding in that area. So that could be something that we could do.
Yeah, I'm thinking because the study has been, it was done, it sounds like in 2024, and now we're just installing the speed bump. I don't know if the resident would be okay with that as an intermediary to determine whether or not it is actually effective and or there is still speeding in that area. Since it's going to be removed in October anyhow, then maybe we just don't, based on what those results are, don't reinstall it in the spring.
Thank you, Meg. I don't think that the board needs to come up with the decision tonight. I think it is that we're hearing the hearing tonight, and then we will have 30 days to come forth with our decision.
Okay.
Ethan.
Can I prod you about some other reasons other than what you shared in your email and what you shared tonight? Can you? I'm just asking.
Oh.
Can you? Is there people swerving around the speed bump? Is
Oh, well,
there
definitely that.
jumping up the speed bump?
So
Is there...
I'm not going to pretend that there wasn't speeding before. I know that. But it was so few and far between, and it was just this solid sound. And now it is the changes in pitch, right? And Ethan Allen Ave is like just an echo chamber. It's got all those brick buildings, and all the sound is just reverberating. It's really intense.
So it's the as it's going over from a trailer, tractor trailer.
Yeah, and so I did start.
E-trans.
I realized it took a very long time for our clay pipes to disintegrate, but from what I understand, it was from normal road traffic that the pipes, or at least the one that they just replaced last year, fell apart, right? And so I know that when an 18-wheeler goes over it, my house shakes. So and I might just be like grasping for straws here, but like, is there an impact from that?
What's your perspective on the neighborhood as far as like driving through on a 3 to 5 o'clock on a weekday, how many children do you pass on your way home?
So there are actually less children in the neighborhood now than when the petition was sent around. I think that there's some in the recovery housing. There are 2 in the recovery housing, but I don't see them outside. And then the 2 across the street, I don't see, I mean, when they are outside, they're being, taken on a walk with their parents. It's not, playing soccer in the front yard.
I guess I'd have to see a map, but are we connected directly to the green or no? There's a it's a road behind.
There's a road back.
Okay.
2 rows back.
2 rows back. So like where Fink Equipment is?
Dalton Drive
that
is
far back. No, that
Dalton Drive is along the Greenway, and then there's Essex Road, and then Ethan Allen Avenue, and then
It's near where the
Yeah.
Ellie Long Music Center.
the
Green Mountain Nursing Home.
yeah, Green Mountain Nursing Home.
I was just trying to give you an opportunity to give us anything else that may have been a reason beside the things that you have found for, like we had mentioned with the traffic calming manual that was adopted after, and this was kind of a previous incident. So I was just trying to get the lay of the land. I know it's hard over 3 years. I'll share frustration with traffic studies because all it takes is that one person to drive by your house at 85 miles an hour. The rest of your neighbors can drive by at the normal speed limit, and it doesn't actually say that there's a speeding issue. So I agree with you. There's certain individuals, and I think it's important that we report, erratic driving and behavior when we see it. But I'm just kind of wondering if I don't know the neighborhood, I don't know the landscape, so I'm just wondering if the speed bump was beneficial for public safety. Would be my question, and I don't know because I haven't been over there, haven't seen it, haven't seen related numbers. So I would just ask yourself to ask that question of do I see a benefit in safety of others? I understand the noise complaint, and there could be alternate methods. This is something new, and this is I kind of laughed to myself earlier because I was like, we've been hearing for months about people wanting to put in speed bumps, and I'm like, we got somebody that wants to take one out? What do you mean? But my point is there's so many different ways to do this that if this was needed or not needed, I'm not here to determine that tonight, but if it was needed, there is alternative methods to the creation of traffic calming. So not necessarily saying that speed bump would or wouldn't be the answer. I'm just saying, maybe we're onto something for reevaluating the situation, and then
I would love to reevaluate the
back.
situation, if I may. When you first put in a request, you get graded. There's all this. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so the process for the traffic calming manual, so basically we would get a request from a resident, then we review if it fits into the category. So if it has a speed limit below 35 miles, if it's a town-owned road, there's a couple other requirements that I'm not remembering off the top of my head. But as long as it passes that, then we would go into collecting information. So that would be a speed study and crash data. And then with that information, we would then determine if traffic calming is warranted. So again, this traffic calming manual wasn't in process, or it wasn't in place at the time of that evaluation or at the time of receiving that petition in 2025. But it certainly, we could, I guess to do an assessment properly, we would probably have to take the speed bump out and take a speed study there to see what the speeds are, because with the bump there, we're going to get slower speeds. So like if we're trying to reevaluate it from the beginning, we would have to remove it to assess what the speeding conditions are in that area.
Andy?
If this were a new request, what would we do? I think the petition percentage was, if all the signatures are valid, it was only 70%. And I think we require 85. Is that true?
So I believe we require 67%.
67. Okay, we changed
Yes.
that. Okay.
Yes, we had
Okay, so
we had it at 75. We reduced it to 67.
Right, okay.
But I guess if we had followed this, if it was in place, I'm not sure what the crash data looked like, but looking at the speed results, the 85th percentile, I believe, was 28 or 29 miles per hour. The speed limit on that road is 25 miles per hour, so it wouldn't have met the safety, the speed warrant if the traffic calming manual had been in place. So
So in spite of having more than 67% on a petition, we would not install?
correct, we wouldn't have even gotten to the petition
Okay,
portion.
so given that, I'm in favor of taking it out.
Again, we're not making that decision tonight.
We can, though, make
Yeah.
the decision tonight. What's going to change?
We could. I think there's an opportunity here for the full staff, not just the two representatives we have here, to actually get to study this and talk about what's best. I mean, Greg, what were your thoughts on this?
It's the first time doing it.
I know, that's why there's no process in place.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's any necessarily right or wrong way. I think as long as you feel good about it. I think if you want to apply the standards of the traffic calming manual that is now in place, but was not in place, and I think Andy's got a valid argument. The speed bump is also there. I think if you wanted to leave it there for another month or 2 or 3, and do a speed study now to figure out what effect it's having on speeding and use that to make a determination, I think that's also an option for you.
Correct. Andy, I mean, this thing reads, consider appeal of traffic calming measures, so it doesn't say we're taking action, doesn't say we're not taking action. This is a new process according to our manual, so therefore, I understood the way that the manual reads is that, we have a hearing and then we can work with staff and we can deliberate, we can talk to more people.
There's another hand in the room, just wanted to point that out too.
Correct.
I'm sorry,
We haven't
I
opened
did see
for
that.
public comment.
Oh, we haven't, okay.
This is still just, we're hearing from the resident, we're hearing from the experts and the board.
Yep, okay.
But this is the board. I'm not
Yeah.
a dictator here.
Yeah, no?
Andy, or whoever you are. Ethan.
The recommendation says that the select board will make a decision regarding the appeal within 30 days. It doesn't say anything about when. It actually, it just says it is recommended that the select board within 30 days after the hearing or at the next available select board meeting will make a decision regarding the appeal of the speed bump installed on Ethan Avenue.
Andy?
Since we don't explicitly say in the agenda taking action, then I withdraw my.
That's what I was thinking. I always think if we're going to take action, either it's the potential action.
It doesn't say action, so let's not do it. Yep.
Okay. Kendall, let's see your hand.
I agree with Andy that we could just pull it right out now, but I think this is a perfect opportunity to ask staff to modify the traffic calming manual somehow to address appeals, because I think that's what's missing in the manual, is that we already have a couple of speed bumps installed, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're already having residents coming that want to appeal, and there's really no process in the traffic calming manual that lays out this will happen, this will happen, this will happen before the select board makes a decision. So I would like staff to potentially provide the select board with some information as to how we would address these appeals. Because, I mean, we could take it out, or then we'd have the other folks coming in and want to put back in again. So, does that sound reasonable?
I'd like to go to Meg first. If you
Yeah,
don't mind.
yeah.
Meg, I see your hand.
Yeah, can I just ask another question of the resident?
Go for it.
So I'm curious, are you asking for the speed bump just to be removed right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Knowing that it would be removed in October, you still want it removed now?
If it is convenient to everyone to leave it in until October, I'm good with that, but I
I'm
don't
just
wanna.
thinking, knowing that, but it's totally your right to do that if it's, if it's irritating you and it's thinking about what the kind of to I don't remember who asked Andy or Ethan's point, right? You had kind of talked about the fact that like the petition, you weren't sure the petitions were valid and things like that, but your ask is that it be removed now. Just want to understand that.
It sounds so demanding. I mean, yeah.
No,
The
it's
sooner
okay.
it's
This is
gone,
part of the
the
appeal.
sooner my quality of life improves.
Okay. That's helpful to know. Thank you.
Ethan.
I had a good point for Kendall, but what were you talking about just 2 seconds ago?
Well, there's no real formal.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Was that the formalness of it is that there would be no request at all because they would have said no with the traffic calming manual. So
Right.
you were reverting back to traffic calming manual, but the traffic calming manual wouldn't even have begun this process.
Right, and I understand that, but we have installed ones on Tanglewood, and we will potentially have appeals that would want those removed, and there's still no formal process that we would go through to evaluate to say whether the board would decide to remove it after it had been installed.
You're saying that we don't have the same data over there either?
We have.
We do have data there. I
Well,
thought we had data.
both of those were before the manual.
Well, I know everything's before, so.
Yeah.
If it's okay with the board, I'd like to open up for public comment. I've seen a hand. Please come forward and state your name.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll stand. I have a reoccurring back
Whatever you need.
injury. My name's Joanne Rice. I'm also Ethan Allen Avenue resident. I came tonight to support Nicole. We did not realize the echoing that was going to be happening when the speed bump was involved. I didn't know the environmental impact with it. And I know that there are a couple of other residents. It is impacting their lives. So my question is, could we work further with Public Works? I have reached out to Burlington Public Works, and they have several speed calming measures that have really been successful for them. And I wondered maybe if we could look at that installation versus maybe the speed bumps. The second thing to consider, the second set of speed bumps have not been placed on Ethan Allen Avenue. There's one set has happened near 1004. I live at the other end, right on the border of Colchester and Essex, 1002, where the second set was supposed to be installed that could even bring the more speed calming measures down for vehicles that we're seeing speeding in the area. So that is thought there. The second food for thought, when I had originally reached out for a speeding study, I also contacted Colchester because on Ethan Allen Avenue, I'm right on the border. The cars begin speeding just after Hegman Avenue, and they really, the modified vehicles that are tending to speed the most, sort of rev up and begin at that point. I know Colchester did a speed study just a week prior to when Essex did in 2024. It might be wonderful to reach out to them and see what their results for their speed study on their side were as well. So those are the comments I wanted to add, so that full, complete information would be there. That said, I wanted to add one last thing that maybe I had mentioned to Annie as well. I know in Burlington, off in Riverside Avenue, 669 Riverside Avenue, they've installed speed dips that have really made a huge difference, and the noise level is null unless lower cars actually don't, respect the dip. That might be an option for us to look at. I know I lived in Bellevue, Washington, and we had them often all over in different areas, residential and on main roads. We, of course, use them for the rain runoff as well, but they worked well for speed dips, for speed calming measures. We might be a candidate to try that on our neighborhood. So thoughts there. I wouldn't be opposed. I'm the last resident on 1002, as I shared between the borders. If the second set of speed bumps were still installed there, and we saw it made a difference with the the speeding that we're having in the area. I will say, too, the impact that where I live, there's a bus stop there, and children frequently go through our common grounds to get over to the playground area. There's a walkway by the garden. So I do have a lot of children, not necessarily in the HOA, that are crossing there on bikes. There's people, dog walkers, bus traffic coming through that area. So the speed, we do need some sort of speed measure in place. Are the speed bumps the answer? I don't know. I guess we need to collect data, but it would be great to look at some other options that are out there, particularly things that Burlington has found so successful. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate that. Greg, do you have an update on the second set?
I do not, but Public Works staff might.
Or does Public Works staff? Leah?
So the speed bump that was installed was originally purchased in 2022 for Tanglewood. We reassigned it to Ethan Allen Ave, and We thought we had enough pieces to put into, but it turns out that we didn't. So we would need to purchase a couple more 4.5-foot sections. I did look into pricing for that. So we'd probably need to spend about another $400 to get that second speed bump in place. It has not been ordered yet just because we wanted to understand the outcome of this appeal first.
Thank you for that information.
Yep.
Any other comments in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
So it was June 23rd of this year. I called Colchester Public Works. I think I spoke with Kim, and they did not complete a speed study.
Thank you. Looking, Ethan.
Are we done with public?
No, I was going to go online real quick,
Okay, go ahead.
just to make sure. I do not see any hands online.
Sharon had her hand up.
I do not see any hands online. Going once, going twice. Ethan, back to the board.
Okay, so just question to the chair, but it does say consider appeal of traffic calming measures on Ethan Allen Avenue. And later on in the agenda, we have item G. It says consider approval to include a local options tax for the ballot. So both of those questions are action.
I see what you say. I
And
think
the recommendation here. So if we're gonna treat D as consider as not action, I would ask that we respectfully treat G the same way tonight.
I see a big difference between D and G just because the
Approve
word
and appeal.
approve. Considering appeal, I see that as a noun, not a verb.
And approve isn't,
Approve is a verb.
approves a verb, but appeal,
Appeal can be both. You can actually hand someone an appeal. Greg?
Sorry, when I put the agenda together, when I put consider, I do consider that, sorry, to be that, giving you the option to take action. Whether or not you're comfortable with that, and I'm taking some feedback of maybe we can make that more clear in the future, but I did put in consider as the potential to take action for all those items that have considered. You don't have to, but that was just my mind.
No, this is the board. If someone on the board wants to make a motion, I'm glad to consider it, and we can go from there. Ethan?
I move that the select board accept the appeal and remove the speed bump on Ethan Allen Avenue and request Public Works follow up with some investigation, exploration of Ethan Allen Avenue.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I hear a second from Kendall. Discussion? Andy?
Does a no vote tonight mean that we can't then reconsider it later if we have more information, or is this the last chance to do anything? How is that?
There's always the option for the winning side to have a vote for reconsideration. But according to Robert's rules, I think, yes, a no vote would put this off until there's a new board. Correct, Greg?
No. Local options tax has been voted on 4 times by the select board since I've been on it.
We've not voted on that.
Yeah, the select board has. Yes, they have.
When?
To put it on the ballot multiple times. It's been said no. I've been a part of 2 votes.
But that's been a different select board. It's like a different Congress. You can introduce the same
So every
bill.
year you can ask the same
Yeah.
question.
There was a discussion, I believe it was back in January, on the local option tax. I
We
think it was a
voted no.
3-2 vote not to include it on the ballot, but there was discussion about bringing it back with a new board for the following year.
Correct. A new board.
Yeah. For this, good question, Ethan. I think, to me, some of it depends on what you mean by follow-up exploration from Public Works. Is there going to be
the-
additional information that comes back that can help you make another decision based on additional information? I think that is another piece of it as well, when I consider Robert's rules and when to take a vote or another vote or another vote. Is there new information coming forward, or is it a different motion that's in place?
I think the matter of it is that it doesn't meet the traffic calming manual. It was in place before then. It was half installed. It's not installed. There's a request to appeal it. The appeal makes sense. And if somebody disagrees with the appeal, they can look at the traffic calming manual, and this won't qualify for traffic calming measures. Am I wrong?
That's the way I understand it, pretty much.
I see Meg's hand.
I'm just wondering if we do vote to accept this appeal and remove I want to make sure I'm voting correctly, but vote to approve this appeal and remove it, or if we decide not to remove the speed bump, can another resident appeal?
I believe there's a clause in the traffic manual that says once an appeal is done, there's a 3-year period or something like that.
Okay.
Leah, can you, you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah, I know what you're referencing. I don't know that that's necessarily for the appeal process. It's more if we do an assessment on a specific road that has requested traffic calming. If they don't qualify for traffic calming, there's a 3-year wait period before we would reassess it.
So it's not about the appeals, it's about the assessments?
Yes.
Thank you. Greg?
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking back to the local option tax question as well. The vote in January is to put it on the March ballot.
Correct.
The upcoming vote is to put it on the November ballot. To me, that's a different vote. I'm not sure if that's applicable here. I just wanted to put that out there of how these votes are different in the past.
You know, I'm going to jump in because I think this is an important issue. I think that we've heard from staff who wants to work with the resident, who wants to work with the residents of the neighborhood. There's a lot of things here. I don't know that we need to rush through this tonight, personally. I think that we have a process. We have a lot of data and information, and I don't think, I really respect the resident that came forward and brought this up, talked about there's a lot of aspects that could be negative to the community, but I also just heard a woman who lives in the neighborhood say there are kids there that ride bikes, that it has slowed down calming measures. Maybe there's additional or alternative measures that could take place that are better. I personally think that there's no need to rush this. I'm glad to, based off what we heard tonight from the town manager about why he put that verbiage on there, to accept the motion, different things, and move forward with the vote. But by no means do I think that we need to we have a staff that are trained in the art of public works, and it's not just, we should look to their recommendations as to what should happen here before we make a decision as a board.
Did you
Andy?
not hear their recommendation?
Andy?
I'm struggling with the fact that it wouldn't have qualified for traffic calming in the first place, and it was put in as a gesture of goodwill, I guess. But now that we have a traffic calming manual that tells us how to do it, I don't know what new information we're going to have by our next meeting or the meeting after that. We only have one meeting in August.
We have August 3rd and...
No, we have 2 meetings in
two
August.
meetings in August.
But one is more than 30 days from today, so it'd have to be at our next meeting. I think I'm talking myself into voting in favor of it.
Ethan?
I'll just put it into perspective, okay? So Annie said that in order to get a true traffic study, they'd have to remove the speed bump. Okay, October's around the corner. So if we remove the speed bump now, the speed bump is off until April 15th, the soonest, right? Absolutely soonest. That'd probably be like May 15th, to be realistic, right?
Yep.
So May 15th, okay? You'll have a new select board. You can vote to put the speed bump back.
Oh, that won't be how it happens, but thank you. Any further comments from the board? I'll take it to a vote then. All those in favor of removing the speed bump and accepting the appeal, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Motion carries 3-2.
You need a roll call vote.
Roll call vote in case you didn't realize that was Meg saying nay online. Andy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ethan, how do you vote? Shannon, how do you vote? Aye. Nay. Nay. Kendall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Meg, how do you vote?
Nay.
The ayes have it. 3-2 with Shannon and Meg in the negative. Thank you for your time. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Review and discuss projected fiscal year 2027 tax rates. Dan, welcome back.
Good evening, yes. So usually we make this presentation in early August for reviewing and discussing or approving the tax rate. But staff felt it was important in a time of such transition with a reappraisal and a lot of numbers moving around to get information out to the public. So that's why we're here today, to kind of review and discuss the numbers that are coming about basically from the grand list and comparing that to the tax levy that we want to do. So back in the springtime, the town approved a tax levy of $12,400,000, a little over that, which includes 1% of HHS funding. Our current grand list is at $28,696,000, and we reduced that by our one tax stabilization agreement that still applies to get to an adjusted grand list of $28 2/3 million. That leads to a general tax rate of 0.433 for the general fund. As you might recall, we have a standing capital tax of 5 cents, and we calculate a small local agreement rate based on some exclusions that are previously voter approved by the town. That leads to a combined tax rate of 0.4847 for the upcoming, or the current fiscal year 27. So we wanted to get this information out there. We included the homestead and non-homestead information here for people to be able to kind of review their tax situation with their new reappraisal amounts and their assessments. And just wondering if you had any questions about that.
Thank you. To the board. Greg.
While you're thinking, part of the reason we put this on here is Dan said you typically don't see this until the first meeting in August. The assessing office is slammed right now. There's 400 or so appeals that have come in, grievances that have come in. Anecdotally, a lot of those questions are, well, what's it going to do to my tax rate? So we will partially wanted to include this in the packet today so that residents can see what the reappraisal is going to do to their tax rate. Maybe that'll save a few of the grievances and appeals that are coming to the assessor, but we also just wanted to get that information out to our residents so they can start to think about what the reappraisal means to them.
Thank you. Ethan, I saw your hand.
I was just gonna look at Greg and Dan and ask if I could ask about capital.
What about it?
Okay.
If we have a number yet, roughly.
Oh.
But we don't have to go there. We don't have to go there. We can save that for another day. And just curiosity of the cat is all.
I have not asked the question. I don't know if one of you two has.
Yeah, I had not calculated what that number would be here.
We'll save it.
Okay.
Good question. We've just been
No, that's
focused
fine.
on
Save it.
other parts of the reappraisal.
That's fair.
Just on that, if I may, I think when we were discussing this last time, if you look at the 5-year capital budget, the effective reappraisal is incorporated in there. So there were comments made at a prior meeting like, oh, you weren't expecting it to double. We certainly were, and that has been embedded in the funding. It's how we arrived at the 2-cent increase requested last year, was to complement that. Just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Meg, I see your hand. Maybe.
Were we at 2 cents?
So if I,
Go ahead, Dan.
sorry, I mean, I guess if I could speak to the capital tax, if we have a $2.8 million tax base, currently it would be about 1.4 million if we're taking like a 5-cent piece.
Right now.
Yeah, that's what it would be. Yeah. Roughly speaking.
We're not going to hold you to that.
No, that's okay. I like rough.
Meg, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to, again, this might be a dumb question. Just, you talked about the homestead rate and the non-homestead rate. Can you just explain that to make sure I understand?
So to kind of expand on that, basically speaking, the homestead rates for the town have basically decreased by 50% in each case, so non-homestead and homestead. So basically speaking, if you had a $300,000 assessed value before and a $600,000 assessed value now, you're pretty much going to land in the same spot for your educational tax rate, or tax amount, I should say, not the rate. So there's kind of that inverted relationship. If your assessment didn't go up, didn't increase by 100%, didn't double, you know, say it went up 50%, then I would expect that your educational rate is actually, educational tax amount is going to be lower than it was in prior years. And then also if your property went, increased by more than 100%, obviously you'd be pulling in more of educational taxes.
On the
Okay,
homestead
so
piece, Meg, just to answer that question of it, folks who live in if their primary residence is in Essex, they can do something called declaring homestead. It's a file that you it's a form you file with your taxes. And that's for primary residences. So folks who might have second homes or commercial, industrial, educational, those are on a non-homestead rate. Those are determined, my understanding is, by the state based on voter approval and the education fund formula. So does that answer the question combined with Dan's answer?
Yes, I think so. So essentially, you're determining that this is your primary residence, and you would pay the lower rate.
You're declaring on tax paperwork that it is your primary residence, yes. And so I've learned through this process from Karen, not every community's homestead rate is lower than their non-homestead rate. In Essex, it traditionally tends to be, but just to be clear, that's not a requirement.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Andy.
The example that's shown here is a property valued at 600,000. We have often in the past used 280,000. I know that's based on the old tax rate, and we've called that the average home. And I asked this question, you guys answered it saying nobody really knows where the 280,000 came from. I very clearly remember Sarah Macy saying that we rounded to 280,000 to make the numbers easier. I remember at the time taking the grand list, throwing it into Excel and doing and sorting out all the residential and doing the average, and it was 280,182 or something like that. It was a number very, very close to 280,000. And the reason I'm going through all this is I'm thinking that we need to figure out what that representative number going in the future should be, so it's somewhat comparable to what we used to say, or we need to look at it and say, does it make sense to use the average, or should we be using the median? So that I think the median's a slightly higher number, but just for that, the purposes of allowing people to compare what they used to pay, and I'd like to figure out what that number is.
Yeah, I do agree with that, even if it doesn't necessarily happen this year, but defined in the future. Like, is that median value or the average value? Is it 620? Where does that land? And I don't know that as a number, just throwing it out there.
Right.
I think there are like 3 pools of residential categorizations that we need to analyze and to kind of determine that. But I agree, there's definitely value going year to year and just saying, what does it do to this average or median taxpayer?
Yeah, or we can just call it typical if we want something. Sure. Because we call it average for years, and it wasn't really the average. It was, yeah. So, all right, thanks.
I would second that, and I would almost push back slightly, Dan. I think it's important to have that now, defined, because this is where we're going to get the most questions.
Yeah.
So if we could, even if it's just a different term that gives the same essence and the idea, and it's not 100% boiled down, but at least helps us understand this and people digest what they're having.
Yeah.
I think that'd be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Meg, your hand's still up. Is it a new question?
Yeah, it is. I just wanted to go back to Ethan asked about capital. In the memo, it says that the capital tax remains the same at 0.05. I just want to understand, is that planning on changing?
So I don't know
Was
if I
I
can really answer this. I
misunderstanding?
can give you a little history though, Meg.
Yeah.
This rate used to be at 3 cents, and now it's at 5 cents. And it was in the past year that it was agreed to change that to 5 cents, also in anticipation of the reappraisal being completed as well. So we were already formulating and calculating the impact of what it would do to our capital program. Obviously, it's at the discretion of the board to ask, the town for any further changes to that tax.
Ethan?
I'll just jump in. I think part of what you're wondering, or maybe wondering, sorry to assume, but so the capital tax rate, the 5 cents, that's on the grand list value. That's on assessed value. So although our tax rate is set on the budget, the capital rate is set on the assessed value of the property in Essex. So it's the $28 million. It's not the 12. So our tax rate is set off the 12. So if we set a budget, or I'm saying, sorry, 12, 16, or whatever it is last year. But if your budget's 16 million and you have $4 million in revenue and you need to raise $12 million from the taxpayer, you divide the 12 million by all the people, and then you come up with a rate, and then you multiply that rate by every $1,000 assessed value. The tax rate goes straight off. The capital rate goes straight off 5 cents for every $1,000 of assessed value from every single property owner in the town of Essex every single year. So because the value jumped by double, we're going to raise double the capital. But all along, we knew we were so short on capital. Greg just reminded me when separation, we went to 3 cents. And then last year, we waited a year. And then last year, we asked for another 2 cents because we've been struggling so bad with capital, knowing the reappraisal came. But now that the reappraisal came, the $1.4 million, I think, if I remember, me and Kendall had come up with something like, we needed like $3 million a year to fund our capital. So
Yep.
it was great step in the right direction, but the capital rate is far beyond anything we could have wished for 5 years ago, and this is great for us to move forward with. So I don't know if that helps, but I just wanted to show you the difference between the whole value of every house in Essex and then what we're raising for the tax rate for the budget. Because the budget's not the 28, you're not going to raise the 28 million of value every year. You're just going to raise what you need. And then the capital, every single year, you get the 5 cents of the $1,000 assessed of the 28 million. Sorry to ramble.
Seeing no other hands by the board, let's go to public comment. I see no hands in the room. Are there hands online for public comments? I see one from Lorraine.
Question, I think I heard Kendall say no question. An unanswered question is an unasked question is a dumb question, right? I just was wondering in terms of the appeals process, because I understand it's based on comps, but given our water issues, I don't know if I'd be able to find a comp because of some of the things that are going on with their basement, and I don't think that's considered. Is it worth appealing, or is there a way to appeal those added issues? Because when I did what I believe is going to happen to our own home, I think we're going up about 8 or 9% on our taxes.
Karen?
So the official term is grievance, Lorraine, and the deadline for submitting grievances was July 8th. You can certainly, once we complete the process for this year, there will be another opportunity after next April 1st to come and meet with the assessor and have a discussion about your value. But for the current values that were just mailed out, the ability to submit an appeal has passed.
Ethan?
I just wanted to give you a quick point to not to reflect, but just to compare with. So when I moved to Essex in 2018, right? So I bought my house, and it was funny because I paid $230,000 for my house, and it was assessed at $230,000, right? Haha. But anyway, agricultural property here. My basement floods every time it rains, and my property value went to $565,000. So you're not alone. I didn't contest it either because I don't think that would have been right.
Lorraine, did you have any other comments?
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can
Thank
hear
you, Karen, for that. I guess one of my struggles was getting that letter the other day, which provides what our state would give us to offset, and having that so much out of line with what what our new value was. So that's just a struggle for us, and we're moving to a fixed income soon. So yeah, I was just curious. We will be appealing, but also in the grievance portion that allows for like water issues and things like that, not just comps in that process.
So you'd have to speak with the assessor, Lorraine. I'm sorry, we're getting out of my depth. My understanding is there's certain qualities assigned to things like heating systems and other, are you on town water or your own water? So I think all of that could be talked about with Karen, and she'd have to answer that question specifically. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. I will pick up the phone. Thanks so much.
Not seeing any other hands online. We'll bring it back to the board. This was review and discussion. Any last comments before we say, Dan, we'll see you in August? Dan, we'll see you. Kendall, I saw your hand.
I was just going to mention that what Dan said about the change in the homestead rate from the school and everything, and about if your value just basically doubled, that your taxes are going to be fairly level, is a really good talking point to put out there for the residents. Because a lot of the folks I've talked to is like, you doubled my value, you doubled my taxes. And I think we should really let people know that's not the case.
Good point. Ethan.
Really quick, but just one other thing. If you haven't received it in the mail yet, it's coming, but educational tax credits have already been mailed out also, so there you have that to reflect on. And that's going to go to the state of Vermont. It's from the state of Vermont. It's going to go to your town office soon, but they just mailed out first copy of the educational tax credit. So, and then I think, I don't know if this is too far off topic, but I think we're still, it's like September September is when it's due. End of July for mailing out new tax bills?
It will get mailed out right after you set the tax rate. So you'll set it on August 3rd and
August 3rd.
August 4th or 5th, I think you're set.
Yeah,
to print.
August 5th, we'll do the prep work behind it, and they'll hit the mail soon after that. Hopefully people receive it by the 15th.
And
Great.
due on September 15th.
Awesome. Yeah, I knew that part.
Yeah.
We'll see you in August. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Let's bring up Public Works. Presentation, proposed updates to water use ordinance and town ordinances. Thank you so much.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
This is the good stuff.
Welcome.
Thank you. The issue before the board today is to review the proposed water use ordinance changes, provide any recommendations for the change in the ordinance, and to move to proceed with the formal adoption of this ordinance, as well as the sewer allocation and sewer use ordinances at a future meeting. It's been over a year now since we started this journey. This is the last ordinance to amend and change to reflect the changes that we initially made with the sewer allocation ordinance, which before that it was all based off of changing our wastewater flows and how they're calculated per each use. The sewer allocation ordinance was accepted by the board, those changes, back at the April 6th meeting, and later on that spring, the sewer use ordinance was also accepted. Here with the water use ordinance, there was quite a few changes as part of this, not only with the estimated flows, but also we've made some clarification on the conditions under which on-site wells and municipal water connections can coexist on the same lot, not necessarily the same structure. Creation of a water allocation permit and fee, and a separate connection permit and fee, and the process to proceed and collect for both of those. Dennis also put a lot of work into the creation of a whole new section in the water use ordinance with the water system allocation portion of this, or Article 5, was also added. And this kind of mirrors the process in which the sewer allocation ordinance kind of rides with the sewer use ordinance on how allocation is divvied up, not only for the sewer on the wastewater allocation ordinance, but we've never really had means and methods on allocating water within our system, other than just saying, yep, there's enough water there. This actually has the whole process now under ordinance, or proposed under ordinance. There was also a few housekeeping items, like addressing the billing cycle from 2 to 3 times per year, limiting the number of water connections on a given parcel or structure, and putting in some clarifying language on billing and usage appeals and that whole process moving forward. In the packet, you had the line-by-line copy of the ordinance with the changes, the proposed changes. I have our technical advisor, our ordinance guru here to kind of wander out into the weeds if you guys have any in-depth questions, and willing to take whatever you have for us.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a journey to get here.
Yeah.
I'll turn to the board. Ethan,
Me first?
you just smile at me. You get the floor.
Oh, I'm just happy to see you.
Oh, okay.
I just have a quick question about the well. But my question is two things. Okay, so 273, line 273, we're starting off on point B from on-site wells. About all buildings providing water for human consumption. And the reason why I ask about this line specifically is we don't cover buildings without water for human consumption, because you do not have to have consumable water in a public restroom. So my question is, where is the difference between, you don't have to have potable water, drinkable water in a restroom, right? In the state of Vermont.
I don't know. It's
State parks. A lot of the state parks use recycled water. There's
You can have gray water in bathrooms.
Yep.
Correct.
So
to flush the toilet, you're
to
talking,
flush the
not
toilet,
to wash your hands and all that.
Well, you put hand sanitizer in instead of hand washing
Okay.
station. But
Okay.
So my question is, because I'm that guy and I have to read through the lines and find the distinguishes, where do we determine the use of water for a building? Because we laid it out in here as all buildings that are made for water for human consumption, but we didn't counter that to anything with all buildings that can use a well for non-human consumption purposes that aren't agriculture. I know the agriculture's in there in the next subsequence in C. Not C. Yeah, C. Line 277. I'm not trying to nitpick you. I'm just trying to find a common ground of.
I think the answer
understand.
is basically in a different direction, and that is the purpose of the ordinance, as I see it and as I wrote it, was to protect the public health.
Right.
And I talked to the state with regard to, I think the issue came up in an earlier conflict with the board over a particular property. And the more I thought about it, and I talked to the state, and I asked the state representatives in the water department, the head of it actually, and I should remember his name and I can't, it's one of those things, Ben Montrose. What's the state's position in terms of on-site wells and municipal water on the same property? And he said, we've approved that, especially in the case of farms.
Right.
But the issue is to keep that separate. So I tried to write this in such a way where, you know, we've covered a number of things. We're not doing it for new construction. And on-site wells will not be permitted for new construction where municipal water is available. Makes sense, okay? Or where property is currently served by municipal water, except under the conditions. No connection between an on-site well or wells to the public water supply system due to the potential health hazard caused by cross-contamination. So no connection. And then all buildings that do provide water for human consumption. We don't talk about the other, we don't care about the other. We care about the public water supply
So
in
it's
this
allowed.
ordinance.
It's allowed, you're saying?
I don't know if the issue of non-portable in a building is allowed or not, but quite honestly, it doesn't apply because we're concerned about those buildings that provide water for human consumption.
Okay.
Okay?
But hear me out really quick.
And maybe it should be drinking water or something like that. Maybe there's a word change, but the intent is that
Human consumption.
it's only going to be connected to and supplied by municipal water. What we don't want is a building where you've got a well serving coming into that building, and then you've got public water going into that building because you're asking for, in my view, a future public health real issue. Because those wells are not routinely tested. They don't have the quality that municipal water does. And you're putting
I'd
the
argue that. I would stop at that.
No, I don't think you can argue me with that because
with well
they're
water?
not tested.
I test my well water every year.
Public water supplies are tested daily,
That's the rarity.
okay?
That's rare.
So
And I use
that's
2,800 gallons
that's
a
the
day.
difference. In a year's time, if you're serving the public off a well
For a restroom.
for a restroom or anything else, you're putting, if they're using that to drink, you're putting them at risk. When you have, and again, it's done all the time, and that's not a problem. But when you have municipal water going into that building,
No municipal water to the building.
okay, but that,
There's municipal water on the property,
okay,
okay?
yeah,
There's a well on the property, and there's a building that needs water that's non-potable.
I think the
So,
potentiality.
so
for-
where's?
you're not serving that building
Yeah.
with a public water system.
We do
You're
not
serving it
want-
with a well, that's
we don't
fine.
no
want any
jurisdiction from the town
interconnection between
No.
on that then.
So
We
if
want to
somebody,
avoid it completely.
right, if someone, for example, and this is maybe too close as an example, but had a barn and want to set that barn up to serve
Wedding man.
weddings, fine, use your well. Don't bring municipal water into the
And
building,
there's no problem.
no problem.
Okay.
The state allows that.
I know.
In the
it's-
rural areas,
I've
that's
been
allowed a
arguing
lot.
For
So,
months.
so that's not a problem. It's the mixture of the two that we're trying, that I'm trying to
agree.
protect the town and
I
the
agree.
system.
Okay.
That's, so I think we agree. I think that's.
I think we are. I just wanted to make sure that the writing on the wall was correct and for both.
Yep.
And based off
To
of the
not
amount
and
of
to-
usage that building would receive, if it be a barn, they would fall under a different category of testing requirements, and I believe it's under the health department.
Yeah,
They
and then
to
you
start
have
testing their water.
state
They have to meet that
wastewater
threshold of the
also.
number
Right.
of people
Yeah.
going there, and then
Yeah.
they'll have to test the well water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we've gone around the horn, but I think we're. in
No, I
agreement
just
in
wanted to
terms
make
of how
sure
to
that
do it.
we were clear on
Yep.
on what we said. Like I said, I saw all the agricultural exemptions in there. I saw everything. I was just making sure that if we were trying to regulate what somebody can and can't do with their private property, that it was very clear before we decided to do something that then we went and said that they actually could do, and we needed to backtrack on what we said
And
because
Ethan, with the reason, we crafted the language this way to be very clear. Our whole intent here is to make sure that our municipal source of water
Isn't
has
connected.
no potential ever to be interconnected with on-site well water.
Agreed.
I'm not saying that there's a quality issue with any well water. I'm just saying that they cannot be mixed because the water that is provided through those pipes is at a different standard.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, but we're good, yeah. Because
I'm
there's.
good. I'm good. I just, hey, I had to ask because I wanted to
No,
make sure that.
I hear you.
Because like you are saying, and the way I understood was that as long as there's no connection, you can drill a well on that property and use that for any of the X reasons that you see fit that aren't connecting it to a residence.
Existing. Now, if you're saying that you want to go drill a well within the
Water core.
I just know this from being on the city review board and being a village it has been attempted by others who said they had, health issues, they couldn't drink the water that was provided by CWD, and they wanted to drill a well on site. I would have to take some exception to that, especially if it's in an urban compact area.
Oh.
Where you don't know how many brownfields we have in this community, and then
Right.
also if you have on-site septic systems in some of the other neighborhoods that aren't necessarily connected to sewer, you run into other issues where you could have potential water quality issues with a well, with an on-site well. And if they're already there connected to the municipal water system, that option shouldn't be available.
And is that, am I not reading this right to see that in wells, or is it because I'm on-site wells, would it be somewhere else?
For the purposes of
I see it says
direct
that-
human consumption. So if someone, would want to put like a point well to water their garden, I don't know that we could really.
Greenhouse, anything, you couldn't say no?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay,
And
I'm
that's-
good.
that's
We can
C,
move.
that's
We can
line
move on.
277.
I just had that one little question about the non-potable, and I'm good.
Good.
Kendall, I see your hand.
Yes. The town does have an active backflow prevention program, correct?
Yes.
That should be referenced in D, so that that's included in there, because this is putting all of the liability directly to the public works staff in the town of Essex. In that the water supply rule says that the secretary is supposed to approve it, or their designee, and you're the designee. So if you approve it, you want to make sure that you have the authority, based on your backflow prevention, to inspect these places that may use a well for a different source, so that you can enforce your air gap or backflow prevention, whatever you need to do.
Yep.
I just think that should be referenced. The other question I have is, it says, non-compliance is subject to the remedies of this ordinance under section 1012-350, but 1012-350 doesn't say anything about what the remedies are. And maybe
Yeah, I will check on that. I think I found that and corrected it, but I'm not sure in the final version if that got made it or not.
Yeah, because when I looked at 350, it doesn't talk anything at all about that.
No, it's a different section. And where was the first one that refers to 350?
That was section D of the on-site wells.
340 is not,
On-site wells?
is non-exclusive.
Okay, yeah, that's not right. That's a good catch.
So I just suggest those remedies would be like backflow prevention, air gap, or disconnection or something.
I think it's 10-12-340. It says remedy is non-exclusive, notwithstanding any of the foregoing provisions, the town may institute any appropriate action, including injunction or other proceedings to prevent, restrain, or abate violations of any provision of this chapter, including termination of service. Ordinance passed 5/5/97.
So it should be 340
I
instead of
don't know, I'm
40.
asking him.
Yeah, 340.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, thank you. One other change that was made in there, and I know it came about from a suggestion that Andy made, and he was absolutely correct, but I thought it was worthwhile, and I don't know if anyone has a comment on that or wanted to make a comment on that. I gotta go back to my marked up version so I can find it here. But it's at the tail end on appeals. And it's fairly lengthy, but I thought it was important to include in, and probably important enough to just bring up. If I can find it here, give me 1 second.
It's this highlighted area.
Yeah, it's highlighted, it's towards the very end.
1155.
Okay,
55.
yeah, page 26. The whole intent of this was that appeals are heard a lot in terms of water usage, and especially meter readings. And everyone thinks that, the meter read high. My experience, and almost everyone else's experience, and even Wikipedia says the same thing, they don't really read high. They read low, because essentially in most of the water meters, they're turbines. And those turbines wear over time. And so they will show a lower flow, but rare or ever a higher flow. But someone leaves their garden hose on and goes away for a week, and they come back, and all of a sudden they've got this enormous water bill. The first thing they want to do is appeal. when you put into that process the Board of Abatement, you do not, in my view, this is my opinion, you do not want them going to the Board of Abatement as a first appeal. The water sewer clerk understands the billing and will have, in almost every case, deals with that person over the water use. Many times that floats up to the Public Works Director. Well, that means there's an investigation made on site. If there's a question about the water meter, and I guess this is in the past, I think an error we've made is we've kind of asked the individual or the party who's appealing, do you want us to test the meter? We don't have to ask the individual. It's the town's meter. We can take that meter out, and usually it goes out of state to a testing company, and they will verify if that meter is reading high or low. If it's reading accurately or reading low, obviously it's not an issue because the claim is I've used too much water. That should be factual enough to say you used that water. If you were to arbitrarily just say, well, okay, that's, gee, we feel sorry for you. You used $3,000 more worth of water. Every other ratepayer is paying for that. And that, in my view, should not be forgiven. And that's maybe, that's hard-nosed, but that's the way it should be. So I've written into this the fact that if there's an appeal, it goes through a process. Town clerk first, Public Works second, manager third, then to the Board of Abatement. And at each level of appeal, that person who's doing the staff, who's doing the information and searching it out, has to write up an answer and provide that to the person who's doing the appeal. That also goes to the next level. So you've got a chain with the person who's most in contact with the water billing, the person who's most knowledgeable about the water system, Public Works, the town manager who represents the town, and then the Board of Abatement. As opposed to, I don't want to talk to any of those guys, they're staff. I want to go to the Board of Abatement. And I'm not saying the Board of Abatement aren't smart people, but they don't have the water expertise that I think the people in the staff do from working in the water system for 25 or 30 years. And those tests, when they come back, are accurate. There are maybe other bases for appeal. You billed me incorrectly, you billed me late, why am I having to pay a penalty? There's a whole bunch of other areas that I've tried to think of where you can appeal, but I've tried to take that water meter accuracy out of the question. So if it comes back from the testing company and says that water meter is accurate, that's not an appealable question. And then when I say the water meter, that also includes the device that sends the control piece on top.
There's a transmitter on
The transmitter. Because there could quite honestly be a digital error. You don't want that. So you want to be able to make sure you have the meter, and the meter, in my view, considers both the meter and the digital component. And if you do all those things and an appeal is successful, then the appeal is corrected. There was somewhere along the line there was a mistake made, but not the water meter. There was a different type of mistake made in the system.
I got a question, but Meg's had her hand up for a while.
Meg, why don't you jump in?
Well, is your question around that, Ethan? Because mine are different.
Yeah, I got a question. Can I ask on this topic really quick? Or
I'm
do you want to
fine
go
with
ahead? Do something else. Whatever you want to do.
Ethan, go for it.
Okay, so my question for you, Dennis, is I agree with all of that, but what if somebody comes to you and says that they left their hose on outside and they want to pay for the water, but they don't think that they should be charged for 4,000 gallons of sewer that, went on the lawn? How would you treat that?
My
case?
experience has been, and we can probably write that in, my experience has been wherever that's occurred, the town has concurred with that.
That's what we did.
That would be settled at the lowest possible level, because obviously that water's not going in the sewer system. They shouldn't be billed for sewer, but they should be billed for
You guys
water.
feel the same
A
way?
couple times that's happened.
Okay.
And we've entertained it, and
Okay.
it wasn't just.
Yeah, and that's an easy thing to add in here. to make that.
Personally, I would, but I would hear from others.
Andy?
On the same topic, yeah, so do we need to do anything different to also address the sewer question for
We just did it.
we just did it for
Yeah,
somebody who had a broken
hose.
outside
Yeah,
faucet.
we can, this is the water ordinance, but I
Yeah.
think in there, we can very clearly state in the billing process that if the water that was used did not enter the sewer system, there will be no charge for the sewer reference, the sewer ordinance, whatever. And do the same thing in the sewer ordinance.
Yeah, just want to make sure, right, that there's a process or whatever to follow
Yeah,
up in the
I
sewer.
took
Yeah.
this same, you haven't seen it, but I took this same wording and put it into the sewer ordinance.
Perfect, okay.
But what I've got to do now is make sure we cover that eventuality by adding a sentence in each, which we can do.
Reference back.
Link them back for it.
Yeah, that
Make
makes,
sure it's
yeah,
the
we
40 nothing.
don't want to do that.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you for raising that. That was good. I'm going to go to Meg.
Yep. So thank you for this. And I agree with this. I appreciate that there's a clearly outlined appeal process. I had just a couple of like really small little edits and questions. So line 445, it talks about the allocation. My question is, prior approved ability to serve letters, are these 3 years from the date the new ordinance is signed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then this is just me being nitpicky. Line 508, you're missing the letter T in permit. 519, section H. I just want to understand users with involuntary assigned water allocation, such as occurred when water connection is ordered by the town, shall not be required to pay for any final water allocation renewal fees. What scenario is that accounting for? I just want to understand.
Okay, it's occurred that in the past, a water line may have been put in by the town for a particular
Yep.
reason, to connect up, right? The people who abut that, historically, the town has not charged them to connect to their sewer system and the water system, because the intent was to get those customers online. You're putting a water system, a line in for a reason, and you want those
Yep.
customers along the line to connect on. One of the incentives is don't charge them the fees.
Got it. Okay. Cool. And then line 550, I think C and D are duplicates. But
I'll check that.
okay.
C
And
and D?
then yep. And just in line 932, I think you just need to remove the word except. So it says any person found to be violating any provision of this chapter, and then it says except Article 6 shall be served by the town with written notice, but then Article 6 is crossed out.
Right.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Meg. Kendall?
Yep.
I had a question. How much does it cost to check a meter, to send a meter out and have it tested?
I think it's $75 now.
Mm-hmm.
Just $75?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have very many of those happen in a year's time?
No. I don't know, you know
Depends,
better.
Yeah, I mean, we've had,
More in the last year.
yeah,
Okay.
I've usually had a couple every year. It's been my experience.
That was my question. The other thing was on the on-site well with section D. I think the correct reference is not 10-12-340. I think it's 10-12-250. Because that's where the backflow prevention rules are laid out pretty clearly.
Okay.
Because that would be the remedy you guys would seek, I imagine.
Yeah. And it may be a combination of both. The backflow, the others gives the town the authority to take other actions.
Yeah.
So it may be a combination of referencing both the backflow section and that one, and include them both in so that you're covered both ways.
That works for me. Thank you.
Andy?
I think you already answered this in the email that I sent her, that you sent, or saw earlier or something. Line 402, which is section 10.12.123, talks about conditions where the board will approve. And it says there's 3 conditions. Says if applicant is appealing a denial, if the application is for more than 450 gallons per day, and the third one is if the plan is already received approval from the DRB. Those are supposed to be ors.
Yeah, ors.
So it's one of the, it's not
Yeah.
all of them.
Agree.
Yeah. So you'll
Yeah.
fix that. Okay. And then, oh yeah, my other part of the question was sometimes I think I've seen approvals by either the planning commission or DRB saying on condition of select board approval, and we've also seen select board approvals that say on condition of DRB approval. So we sometimes chicken and egg the thing, you know, which came first. Does it matter? Does the language need to reflect that, or is it just as long as the approvals are done, both approvals are done?
I think if they're conditioned and those approvals are conditioned in the letter, I mean, I think that's, whether it be, like you said, either the DRB or the select board doing so,
As long as they both are finally approved, then.
Yeah,
I don't see any issue.
I don't know if I agree, because
I don't.
the document here in this ordinance actually says that the select board, acting as the Board of Water Commissioners or the town manager in some cases, doesn't issue that, even though the permit's going to be issued by the administration, it isn't issued until the final approval is conducted by the planning commission. So the planning commission or the zoning board would approve it, and at that point, there would have to be an action, because there's already been a preliminary application put in with an indication saying, yeah, that's good, that's the whole intent of this. So it's like a 2-step process. The preliminary application for water and for sewer is free. So Public Works looks at the numbers, there's a preliminary application that's put in, and it goes to final once the planning commission or DRB approves the project. They can then come in the door, the applicant come in the door and ask for his final approval letter and his building permit, and that's the point where he's paid the check for the allocation. So the check, the allocation permit, come in the door, planning commission approval is in the door, it's signed off.
But when does the select board approve?
But I don't
If
necessarily.
there's one of these conditions is in there.
Yeah, I don't.
And I know we've approved things before final approval by.
Yes, we
Yeah.
have.
And it probably could be conditioned again.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, all those letters are conditioned, and it's either conditioned, like you said, it's either through DRB approval, or through, if it's a DRB, they'll condition it based off of select board approval of being able to get the allocation.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
So like I said, I think we're covered there.
Yeah, they cross
I think
paths.
you're-
So the
you're
language
talking
doesn't
more
need
with-
to reference that those options, but either of those directions,
Yeah.
we cover it with the language and
Yeah.
approval letters. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I think it's more of like the final, you have that capacity in, because you don't necessarily have it. You have an allocation at that point, either approved or conditioned by the select board and or the DRB. When you have that allocation physically in hand is when you make that check and you pay the town for that allocation. Then it's yours.
Okay.
I think that's what you were getting.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, board members. Anything further, or shall we open it for public comment? Public comment is now open. Any hands in the room? No hands in the room. Going online. I see Sharon Zukowski.
Hi, just so you know, it gets done wrong all the time because the zoning regs, and I don't have them in front of me, sorry, zoning regs have specific timing, and I think it's site plan approval, you have to get that, then you go for your allocation to the select board, And then I think with subdivisions, you have to come, I think either before preliminary plan, you have to get sketch, and I can't remember if it's before preliminary or after preliminary. So that's something that you also should ask when people come for their allocation, because I know a lot of times they're not abiding by the zoning regs, which may be a problem. So maybe this regulation could refer to the zoning regs or change the zoning regs, because I think a lot of times the select board doesn't know about that timing because you're looking at the sewer allocation regs versus the zoning regs, which have specific timing for when an applicant comes for asking for an allocation.
Thank you, Sharon. No, that's a valid point. Appreciate it.
One of the things we might be able to do to help that along is to, and I've actually proposed permits to be used, but it may be worthwhile to put, hopefully not a too complicated flow chart that actually helps the applicant so that when they come in, they know, okay, at this stage, I need this piece of paper to do this. It also helped the boards, zoning board and select board, to know, okay, where are you you're here in this process. And it might just be a single sheet of paper with a lot of, yes, no, go here, yes, no, go here. And then you've got everything in front of you in terms of the timing. And I don't think it's that complicated, but it would be a way to reduce that problem of when do you need this?
I think a clear workflow would be very helpful.
Yeah, and it would combine the zoning timing, the planning commission or the DRB timing, and then the allocation timing.
And I believe ours, public works specifications in one of that, section 200, that it speaks to some of that process on when allocation is required, what if traffic study is required, whether it be a preliminary or final or sketch or whatever.
Yep. And my suggestion would be when we come in, when Aaron comes in to go forward with the ordinances, it might be worthwhile to have that document just as a backup so you can see what the process is.
Absolutely. Thank you. Seeing no other hands online, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. This was just for a presentation, so there's no action to take. Any final comments from the board? Great, let's move on.
I thought there was a recommended action.
We did not advise it. We said presentation of proposed update.
The action is to give them any changes and proceed with the formal adoption ordinance, so I think we would move forward
Just
with.
give him permission to go.
Yeah, we'll incorporate the changes and stuff you talked about tonight and put that into the final packages and then figure out the adoption process for all the three ordinances that tie together.
I talked briefly with Karen here earlier regarding that. It's looking like we'll probably bring this back in September. But Dennis and I have both agreed that when we do, for adoption of these ordinances, like two-step process, first reading and then the warning of the public hearing. So we'd warn that public hearing at that first meeting. But they need to all three be done at the same time and then keep them
together.
So it would be at that next meeting. So it's going to be boom, boom, all three ordinances and keep them separate.
Great. We'll look forward to that.
What if one gets held up? Would we want to keep them back together?
I think we've made all the changes that the board has suggested and wanted in these ordinances. So
If they don't go together, you're going to have a conflict between
I hear you.
old and new. So I think they should, if you delay one, then we delay them all. That's my suggestion.
I'm not predicting one of us to jump on you.
No, not at all.
For whatever reason, 80 people showed up.
No one knows what's going to happen until it does.
Awesome, thank you.
Great. Moving on to item.
Thank you much.
Thank you, guys. Consider approval to include local option tax questions on the November 2026 ballot. Greg and Karen, can you present this?
Sure. So as the board has been discussing recently, you have a deadline coming up basically tonight if you want to get something on the November ballot. That gets mailed out by the state. Tonight is the time to take that action. You could alternatively not take action tonight. We'd have to print ballots locally. There's an extra cost associated with that. But we've talked about going back to January if the board would want to put a question or questions about adopting a local option tax on the November ballot. So the information that you've seen before is in your packet again tonight. We have some suggested language if you want to move ahead. We have some information from the state about anticipated revenue, and happy to take any questions based off of that or feedback. Anything to add?
No. Thank you. Questions for the staff? I see no hands online. Greg.
Oh, Meg has her hand up.
Meg.
Sorry. I guess that just want to confirm that the staff's recommendation for essentially if we were to put it on the ballot, what to do with it. I just want to, I think we talked about this last week, but I just want to clarify why you kind of came up with that recommendation. So
Sure.
I think it was to essentially buy down the tax rate.
Essentially, yes. That's something that we've heard in the past from residents when this has been discussed about, well, people want to know how it would be used.
Yep.
One way that staff recommends being able to tell people how it would be used is to say we would use X percent of the revenue to reduce the tax rate. Certainly, there's other options, special projects, capital with Upper Main Street on the horizon, and getting the recommendation or desire from residents to move ahead with that. That's going to require likely some bond votes. You could apply revenue towards that. With staff's recommendation of using a percentage of any local option tax revenue to reduce the tax rate, that gives voters an indication that you'd use at least part of it in that towards that end. The remaining part of it could be up to the select board to use on a case-by-case basis, year to year. So I think the question for you tonight is if you want to include that, and if so, what percentage makes sense to you?
Right. Okay, thank you.
Andy?
I'm in favor of putting the questions on the ballot so that we can stop talking about it. Either it passes or it doesn't. Again, I assume it's 3 different questions. You need one for sales retail sales, one for meals and alcohol, and another for rooms, if we want to go with all 3 of them. I would support anything on the order of 25, 35, or 50% toward offsetting the tax rate. I could probably be convinced of other numbers too, but I think we should include a question dedicating that. I think we then have to make it very clear that the rest of the funds would be decided in a totally open meeting, just like any other spending decisions we make. I mean, it's $1 million is the estimate from the state.
For all 3.
For all 3. Guess that's where I am.
Thank you, Andy. I'm going to jump in just for a question to staff. I know that we've done a lot of interesting research in this. Thank you to the Economic Development Commission. I know Colchester has is it a town vote every year that they then go forward with? Or how do they, I know they have a situation. I'm just curious how they use it.
So at the time that question was posed to Colchester voters, it included a similar sort of asterisk, and it was for projects, existing or future capital projects that are voter approved. So voter approved debt. They don't vote every year,
So it's
but
okay,
whenever
it's
the
just
money is
projects.
spent, they need an approval vote, and it can only be spent on capital.
Okay.
Does that answer?
That's a great answer.
Okay.
Andy, I asked that to understand what you were saying. Are you saying that it'd be kind of like the fund balance where we have an open meeting and we as a select board decide for that use that year, or what are you suggesting?
Or it becomes part of our budgeting process.
Okay. It doesn't have to be defined. I was just asking.
So, right, yeah, similar to, this could be done similar to what we do with fund balance. We got $500,000 to spend, it's just, it's a little crass to call it a slush fund. But it, we certainly, without having a more specific other, or making that 100%, can't bind future select boards to how they would choose to spend it. So that needs to be clear that it is a, you know, if we put a number in there that's 50%, then you've got 500,000 that the select board gets to decide or has to decide what to do with every year. And that, you know, the choice could be to use all of it to offset property taxes for a given year. It could go to capital, it could go to special projects, could go to an enclosed swimming pool, could, you know.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to hear more.
Yep. There was another thought, but I lost it. Okay.
We'll come back to you if you want to.
Yeah.
Kendall, I see your hand.
I just wanted to say that I like the way Colchester does it, but that I would use it to reduce the debt. Because we're going to be incurring a lot of debt for fire stations, public works buildings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you could offset the debt with this. Just something to consider. The only reason I think is because we always have such a robust discussion about the fund balance every year, and you never know where it's going to go. So it'd just be nice to have something specified that would be a long-term benefit.
Kendall, just to push you to further define that, are you saying instead of the percentage to offset the tax rate, or are you saying the other side of that percentage?
Yeah, I would say that you have a small percentage offset your tax rate, so it's clear it's going to tax rate, but then have the balance of it going to debt, pay the debt. For example, you got a police station that costs you $300,000 a year in debt. Something like that. You know, even $1 million project, you're going to have $1 million bond or something like that. You have your money for your debt. It's just a thought.
Andy?
There's no guarantee that we'll have debt 6 years from now, so I wouldn't be in favor of that. We'd have to have another vote to figure out what to do with it if we made it that specific. And,
The debt or
from a capital standpoint, I wouldn't support dedicating it to capital either, because we've had 4 capital tax increases in the last couple of years. We went from 2 cents to 3 cents, then to 5 cents, and now we've doubled our grand list, or 75% of it, whatever the number is. And so I don't want to ask for a 5th capital tax increase this year.
Meg, are you finished, Andy? I don't want to.
Yes.
No, please.
I've already spoken twice.
No,
so
you're allowed to. Meg?
I mean, now it's going to be my question is understanding, right, if there's a time when we don't necessarily have debt, are we, like, what would happen at that point? But you guys discussed it. I'm also in favor of this. I think it's important, I think, putting it on the ballot and hearing from our constituents about what to do with it. Hearing from our constituents about whether or not they want this. And I think it's important that we do decide, you know, and outline what we're potentially going to do with it. I'm also in favor of using it to offset the tax rate. I'd say, to your point, Kendall, of like having a very specific amount that we already know what we're going to do with makes sense. And so again, I'm also in favor of probably like half of it going to offset the tax rate. I think that's worthwhile.
Ethan?
Oh, was that loud enough? I don't know where to start. I think I could go along my old spiel like I always do, and nobody'd listen, and we'd waste 15 more minutes, and we'd all go home like we do every night. So I just keep it short. But I don't support a 1% retail sales tax, and I hear this and I can't help but bust out laughing about keeping $500,000 a year when come this year, right, when this audit hits, Meg, just for perspective, when this audit hits this year and it's over $600,000, there will be more than $4 million in fund balance since I've been on the select board. $4 million that was taken and put wherever it felt like it needed to be put. So here's a simple answer to buy down the tax rate. Stop raising the taxes when you're not even spending the money. Hello, $4 million in 5 years into fund balance. And you want another million out of us. And guess what? That 1% retail tax, you're going to pay for your pair of shoes. You're going to pay it for your art. You're going to pay it for your breakfast sandwich at Leo & Co. You're going to pay it for everything that you want to buy. Sorry, I didn't mean to say the breakfast sandwich because you won't get taxed on. Actually, meals, yeah, it would be a meal. So you would
Yeah.
be taxed on that also. And then when you go and grab a drink at Bramble or Black Flannel, well, you're going to pay a tax on that too, and especially if you grab dinner over there. So I guess I'm just really having a hard time understanding. You know, when I'm building a farm over the years and, you know, revenues get tight and things get hard, the answer isn't to spend more money, right? The answer is to realize what I can do with the things that I have, the tools that I already have, the things that I'm not taking care of, the things that I continue to say that I don't have enough time to do, but every day I chase this other mission that is a subject of something that's not even a reality. There's really no future for it yet, but then I complain about the things that I need to do on a day-to-day basis and say I have no time for them because all my efforts and times are put in a different manner. So I'm really confused as to where more money is going to be beneficial to the town of Essex following reappraisal, following a huge increase in capital, following an increase to fire studies, following an increase to parks and rec fees. We changed our rate fee basis on all of our parks, public buildings. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Does every single young family in Essex need to sell their house and move to a community that's more affordable before we're going to be happy, Meg? I know you ran on the select board as somebody who valued young incomes and low-income families. So when are we going to stop taxing the people who live in this town? Because the numbers don't, if you read the EDC memo and you look at, you know, comparable towns like Milton, the numbers just aren't there. And this is going to be a regressive tax on our town. And I hope if this recording's ever watched by anybody in the public, I hope you take a very close look at who supports a local option tax and the one select board member who doesn't.
Thank you. And Andy, you're up next.
I never said I support a local option tax. What I support is putting the question on the ballot. If people don't want it, they'll vote no. I'm not saying we need this. I'm saying let's put it on the ballot so that we don't have to talk about it again in March. And again the following March. And
I appreciate that. I know Kendall's also made a public statement saying, so I don't know how you're going to vote tonight, but you said that it's time we get that question out there. As that's how I took Meg's comments. Meg, you were named in Ethan's speech. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I want to make sure that I do share the similar view to Andy. I'm not necessarily saying I'm for or against this. I think that the EDC provided recommendations for why it's not necessarily a good idea, and that's now in our public packet for people to read and make a determination on. I hear what you're saying, Ethan. I totally do, and I understand where you're coming from regarding this is how you feel about the options tax. For me, it's about putting it on the ballot so that we can hear from our constituents the same way you were, you wanted to put the Upper Main Street on the ballot, right? To hear from the constituents. So that's all my point.
Thank you. I think we've had, unless Kendall, go ahead.
I would just say that I look at this as stepping out of thinking it from the personal view and thinking what's long-term good for Essex. First of all, our staff doesn't get enough credit when it comes to the fund balance, because every time we have a fund balance, that is a clear indication that we have an excellent staff that knows how to manage their money. Because there's a lot of towns that don't have any kind of a fund balance at all and operate in the red all the time. Secondly, I see 100 people come to Essex every day from other places, and all those people are going to contribute to the infrastructure needs that the town needs should we adopt a local option tax if it's approved by the voters. Because I don't know what the general town of Richmond residents think about an option tax, but I know a lot of them spend in Williston and Essex Junction and all the places that have option taxes. It would be nice to have some of those folks contributing to our budget here in Essex. So that's my spiel. Thank you.
I'm going to open up for public comment now. Yes, please come forward.
Hi, Ken Signorello, Brigham Hill Road resident. You know, putting the question on the ballot isn't necessarily the issue. The issue is, will the public know what it's voting on? And that's a problem. There'll be a representation. Many people think, local option tax, all the towns around us have it, it'll be great. And they'll vote yes, not realizing who actually pays it. Not realizing that some portion of that money will be going to another municipality. Not realizing that it's a competitive advantage for our town currently. Businesses like being here because there'll be a 1% less tax on their consumption and on their customers. It's an advantage. Voters may not know this. I'm concerned that the public won't be properly informed of these things. Another point that I want to make that's kind of important is that everybody understands that the local option tax is regressive, especially the sales portion. And to use the money, the recommendation to use it to reduce the tax rate is the opposite. You are supporting, because remember, property taxes are somewhat reduced for those of lower income. So who's going to benefit? Those with a higher income. So you're taking a regressive tax and you're using it to make another tax even more regressive. It's unbelievable that that recommendation would be made, the sales portion at the very least. And as for the meals, and that is absolutely true, those are consumed in our municipality. That's a good thing for sure. We know that that tax actually makes sense to be happening. Will it be a significant portion of people coming from out of our town? There are some, no question about it. I talk to people in the parking lot, oftentimes coming to Uncommon Coffee, and I ask them where they're coming from, and it's Burlington, often. Definitely people are coming to our town, but we're not Williston. We will not have a huge retail draw. We're not on the interstate. It's very, very limited. And again, retail happens to people buying online. And online sales are particularly problematic because of our single zip code. So I really want you to think about the fact that putting it on the ballot is one thing. Will the public know the nature of the tax, especially if it's all three? I have my doubts. And a concerted effort must be made to make sure that the public understands all these idiosyncrasies of the local option tax, whichever flavors are put on the ballot. Let me make sure I got everything done here. And the other point I think is important, if we need more money, we have a taxing system already. And I'm not sure that the benefit of having a few people from the outside communities coming to our town paying a small portion, because you take out the sales tax, of course, there's much less, is going to be a great benefit. I think I've got it all. I think that's it. Please, if you put this on the ballot, make a concerted effort to have staff, of course, will make a concerted effort to educate, but you need to bring others into the picture and make sure they get equal time and representation so that the public hears from all sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Other hands in the room? Moving on to online, I see Lorraine.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the concerns of some of the board members as well as Mr. Signorello. I work in plumbing and we work on housing basically. And one of the big benefits, and especially for places like Lowe's, is when you have someone, I worked at Lowe's as well for a short period of time, and we have a contractor desk. And contractors save a ton of money by coming here, which helps housing, specifically helps build housing. That is a lot of money. I actually, when I buy from my own company, I have them delivered here because it avoids Williston's option tax. A lot of people don't even know to do that. Also, I don't see any comparative dive into what percentage of us, who now the bulk of us, I assume, buy online daily or regularly, at least once a week or, once a month. I would love to know how much of this money would come from online sales from us, which is just a tax shift, in my view. I also have a big concern about the narrative that will be put out there in terms of the benefits and the draw, because when people see $1 million, their eyes get big, when really it's going to fall on the backs of the poor people here. And we need the poor people. And we need the wealthier people. We need a mix of economics here. It also, to me, will hurt the local businesses, including our local restaurants. We know what's going on with inflation. We have a huge issue with inflation and gas rising. And now we're going to add another tax potentially? I mean, it just feels like we're getting taxed to death in tax shifts. It is not a good look, especially when we have a windfall from the high yields and from the different ways that we've invested our money. And we've been clever about bringing other money in that didn't increase the burden. And the other thing I'm concerned about when we are sitting on money and how we spend it, when I see my poor mother, I'm going to use my mother as an example. When we were growing up, she started getting bigger purses. And when she got bigger purses, she put more stuff in it. And I kind of feel like if we have more money in the general fund, are we just going to increase our spending as opposed to being smart about how we spend and how efficient we are? I'd be happy if this goes on the ballot, because I don't know. I mean, maybe one of you guys can answer this. Are members of the public coming to you and clamoring for a local options tax? Or is this generally driven from the staff and maybe from some board members? And I'll be happy to work against this tax. If it goes on the ballot, I will work hard to get this voted down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lorraine. I do not feel this is being driven by staff personally. I know that there's been a lot of discussion both last year as this year when I've been on the board. I've had a few people personally bring it to me, but I have not felt this was the staff putting their fingers in the scale, so I just want to put that out there.
So how did it get reintroduced after a no vote last year? Who was the member to bring it back?
So Ethan, just for clarity, the no vote was, Andy, if you want to jump in, please. I know you brought it up when this was originally brought up. You said, listen, instead of putting this on the March ballot, there'd be more people voting in November. And I believe that was the vote you're referencing. Is that correct?
That was after we voted no, he said, to change it. It wasn't that people changed their mind because we were going to put it on a different date. It was to put it on in March, and the vote was no.
We can go back to the minutes. I'm
just curious who brought it up. I mean, does anybody want to take ownership for it? Andy?
Yeah.
Because it's 89 Upper Main
I know.
Street.
I know.
No.
Let's be honest about it.
No.
Be honest.
Andy, Ethan, you've had your second. Andy.
Because of if it had gone on, been approved in March, we would have had money coming in that we had no budget for. And that was the reason I brought up, let's delay it till November so we can know before our next budget cycle whether or not that revenue stream will be there or not. And so that we're not, because that was my issue, was you're going to end up with $1 million that you haven't budgeted how to spend. So that was, and so I was the one that, I may not be the only one, but I definitely brought up, let's do it in November instead.
Greg, I saw your hand.
And it was before the vote.
Yeah, I'd have to watch the video and reread the minutes, but my recollection is that it came up as discussion about what happens if we vote no. Can it still come up in November? That's part of why it's on there. I, as the manager, have been tasked by the board, different iterations of the board, since I've been the manager, to find other sources of revenue, non-property tax revenue. We've increased recreation fees. We've done great investments to generate more revenue. Local option tax is one of the last big options that's out there. So between discussions in last January and again now, and directives from the past year, this is why I brought this forward to the board for consideration again.
Thank you. Moving on to Sharon Zukowski.
Hi there. I have seen Lorraine's mother's purse, and it is huge. She's a strong lady. I don't know how she carries that thing. I want to say ditto to what Ken said about I worry about people not understanding what this tax will be, and the people, it's a regressive tax, and the people that will be most affected for it, like, are too busy to try to read, the memos that you're putting out and all that stuff. And I have to say I was a bit offended by some of the comments this time by board members, and last time Kendall saying it's only a penny. It's a penny on every dollar of an online purchase, on top of people losing their health insurance and just a million other things. So a penny on a dollar is a lot for some people. And as to reducing property taxes, the people most affected are renters, or adult children living with their parents because they can't afford a house and they're trying to save up. And a lot of young people buy everything online, so that's a penny on every dollar they spend. And a lot of people don't have $5 to spare. So and I think putting this up to a vote again is just awful for the people that this is going to be affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Ann Miller?
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to also echo Ken Signorello's comments. I think he said it very well, and I think it will be very hard to educate the public about this, and the idea that this is actually a competitive advantage for the town to not be charging this tax, I think is a really important thing to be reminded of. I also echo Lorraine's sentiment that she will work very hard to educate people on what this ballot item is really about. And I will certainly put my energy to that issue as well if you all decide to put this on the ballot. I'm concerned that there's a lot of people in town who aren't property tax owners, and by putting a tax on online purchases or on all purchases, you're basically using that tax, as Ken said, to subsidize the taxpayers. And if we don't really know what we need this money for, I don't know why we need to levy a tax now. I would really encourage you guys to just take a step back and take it up in another year. So thank you again for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ann. Not seeing Lorraine, Sharon, is that hand still up, or is that another comment?
Sorry, I left it up. I'll take it down.
No, I just want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. Not seeing any other hands, I'll bring it back to the board. Yes, Kendall.
Looking for a motion.
If there's a motion to be had, or we can.
Don't we need to kind of wordsmith the actual, whether there's going to be a percent per town revenues, or
You could do that in a motion, or
well, it'd be three separate, right? Three separate for each category.
I mean, I believe the way that the memo reads is that they set it up so it's an example of what one would be, and it would just be change out the retail for housing, or for room and board, or whatever it is.
So then to use this one, we need to determine a percentage.
That would make sense.
100%.
Oh. I mentioned 50, I mentioned 35, I mentioned 25. I think 50 is probably the better of those choices, but I could be talked into higher.
Ethan?
If you do 100%, the town votes on it every year. It's in the budget.
Got a point.
I think 50% makes sense.
Because then you can still have half of it to play with, like fund balance, like that.
50%?
Meg, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'm good with 50%. My thought was, we have the Upper Main Street cost coming up. Obviously, it's going to be voted on in phases, but there will be costs associated with it. It sounds like if we dedicate it all to that, then when that's no longer a thing, then we have to decide what else to do with it. So leaving it undedicated in that regard, I think is the right move. So I'm fine with 50% as well.
Recognizing the time, is there a motion, Andy?
I make the motion that the select board include the question. There are 3 questions for each of the local option tax categories, including the clause which dedicates 50% of the revenues to municipal property tax relief.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Kendall, for the second. Final discussion.
Did that adequate for what you?
All 3 questions on the ballot, each with 50% dedicated to property tax.
That's what the motion was, yes.
Yep. As long as they're all individual, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Seeing no other hands for debate, all those in favor of the motion as Andy stated it, say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? It's a split vote, so we'll do a roll call. Andy?
Aye.
Ethan? Shannon? Aye.
Kendall? Aye.
Meg?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1 with Mr. Lawrence in the opposition. Moving on to business item I. No, sorry, I can't count. H. Consider resident request to add proposed charter change to November 2026 ballot for changes to Planning Commission and Development Review Board. Greg?
Sure, just to kick this one off, staff received and I think you were copied on it too, Shannon, request from a resident who's here tonight to include a question on the November 2026 ballot. That question is included in your packet. I'm just trying to pull it up. It speaks to the membership between the Planning Commission and the DRB, whether or not there should be overlap between the 2 boards, and also prohibiting the board from having alternates. This came in just before the packet went out on Friday, so staff hadn't had much chance to vet it or provide comment in the packet. Part of it, as I mentioned earlier in the night, you have a decision point tonight if you want to include such language on the state ballot. I felt like this was a select board decision to make, not town manager decision to make as to what should go on the ballot based on timing. Having looked at this a little bit more closely, I do have some concerns about the way the question is asked and whether or not it makes sense to do. I can certainly weigh in on that later. I think it makes sense to hear from the...
I'd love for Mr. Signorello. Could you come forward and present?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ken Signorello, and I represent a total of 7 people who, this question will be on the ballot. Not in November, possibly. It might be on the annual meeting ballot. This is an opportunity for you to adjust the question. You can do that. When voter petition comes through with a question, especially a charter change question, you cannot change the language. It'll be dictated by the petitioners. So this is an opportunity for you. A, put it on the ballot for November, a large turnout, obviously. Adjust the question as you see fit tonight. Obviously, you have to do it tonight, and I'm sorry about that. I also want to give a thank you to our town manager because this was submitted on Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he put it on the agenda. Even I did not know that the deadline was the Wednesday before. I thought it was noon on Friday. So I want to thank him for that. So this is a great opportunity for you to take advantage of the timing. Along with the question you've already moved to put on the ballot. Tried to give it to you in a straightforward wording. The logic behind it, of course, is quite simple. The 500 people we spoke to when we put the previous question that we put on the ballot to change the DRB to 5 members asked the simple question: how would this permanently change the situation with the overlap? And the answer, of course, was it would not. We had to do a charter change. The timing wasn't good for a charter change when we did it. Now the timing is good. The new session will be going in. The new state legislature will be starting. They'll take new questions, new charter changes, and we'll have a better shot in March. So this opportunity came up. Thank you for reminding me that we had the November election coming up. I wouldn't have thought to do it. So we quickly put this together. It's a little bit quick, I understand, and maybe it could be adjusted a little bit to make it better. I've already heard concerns about maybe the alternate should be a separate question, which is quite reasonable. So the rationale is simple. We promised the people who voted for or signed the petition before that we would move forward with a charter change. We're keeping our promise. The alternate component, that's come to light because we've heard some things at meetings where there would be an alternate. And the concern there has been that an applicant might realize that a member of a board is going to be away and realize that an alternate might be more favorable to their decision and wait. So we think that alternates can be problematic in that regard. We've actually heard a comment to that effect. It was interesting. You know, we should put our application in right away while this member is still here, for example, was the comment, I believe. So I don't think alternates are a great idea. I think that we should fill our boards with the appropriate number. Planning Commission is currently 7. The DRB is now dictated to be 5. I think 7 for the Planning Commission is probably a bit much for our town of our size, but nevertheless, that is your decision. If you can fill the seats, great. More people, the better. So I think that's the rationale. If there's any specific questions I can answer, I'm happy to do so.
Andy.
The use of alternates or how alternates are used is a DRB procedural thing that the select board has no authority to dictate. Have you talked to the DRB about what or reviewed their procedures? The DRB has statutory authority to define their own procedures, and the select board isn't.
We have not, but this would become a charter change, so that would rule.
So what's the you say the problem you're trying to address is that somebody could pick and choose which alternate gets to review their application?
With applicants, that is an opportunity, yes.
So the statute very explicitly allows both overlap and
it does.
Alternates for the DRB. How would we convince the legislature to give Essex an exception to that statute?
I would hope that if it passed, you would explain or allow the petitioners to explain why we're doing it.
Why are you doing it? I don't understand
Well,
why.
what we told our people at the door was, how would you feel about having a husband and a wife, one in a legislative position and one in a judicial situation? Most people said, I'm not so sure I'd like that. How about a child and a parent? How about an employer and an employee? Mm-hmm. Most people didn't care for that situation. They all made a sour face. And then we said, what if it was the same person? Well, that's even worse. So it was very easy to get 500 signatures for reduce the DRB so that we could reduce the overlap to just 1. It was very easy. And I'm quite sure this would be easy as well. So this is an opportunity for you. This is going on the ballot, one way or the other. I guarantee it. So you can now adjust the question to make it better in some way. Hopefully it'll satisfy the Magnificent Seven we call ourselves, and we won't have to petition in addition. So that's the opportunity you have tonight, is to try to adjust it a little bit if necessary, put it on the ballot, and save us from having to go out and collect 500 signatures. Again. We'll go to the same people, so it should be easy.
Further questions from the board? Thank you, Ken.
Again, it's only a question to put it on the ballot.
Sorry, we on the previous question that we decided to put on the ballot, there were a lot of concern about how voters will be informed.
Yep.
All the same issues apply here.
Absolutely.
And so,
the benefit of us collecting the 500 signatures is we get a chance to talk to 500 people.
yeah, I still think that the reason that the legislature explicitly allows overlap and alternates, that was done for a specific reason, and I have strong doubts that they would allow an exception for
Are you saying that
Essex.
that the statutes explicitly allow it, or just simply don't say anything about it?
Don't say anything about what? I'm not sure what you're
The
asking.
overlap.
it explicitly says that
There
a
can be
DRB can contain all members. You can have 100, statute explicitly says you can have 100% overlap. And then it goes on to say you can have one or more.
And the town of
So
1,000.
there's a little bit of redundancy there, but it's very, very clear.
Totally makes sense.
That,
And
it allows overlap.
Yep.
It also explicitly says that you can have alternates. And if we go back to the Charter Review Committee that came with the recommendation that we go to a DRB, the language that they proposed explicitly asked for alternates as well.
For the DRB, I think, yes.
And for the Planning Commission, actually, the language that was proposed by the Charter Review Committee requested alternates for both. Statute doesn't allow, my understanding, doesn't allow if you have a DRB, the Planning Commission can't have alternates, is our understanding. But the Charter Review Committee, who may have some of the same folks that you're already working with, I don't know who your Magnificent Seven
I'm not
are.
sure, actually.
But they explicitly asked us to allow alternates on both boards. So I guess, how do you explain going against what our Charter Review Committee recommended? We didn't, the Select Board chose not to put it in there because it was already allowed in statute, so we didn't put any language into.
Well, clearly overlap makes totally good sense in a town of, let's say, 1,000 people. You're just not going to have enough volunteers. Absolutely makes good sense. We are 11,000 people. And I don't think we have that same problem. So that's that aspect, the overlap. In terms of the alternates, I mean, it's only just come to light recently. We've noticed that it's a way to say, oh, we want to make sure we have somebody available who might be more beneficial in a given situation. And then that person might not attend, that alternate would be in play. It didn't feel comfortable. So it was a last minute suggestion. If you split into two questions, you can nix that one. Hopefully we won't feel as though we need that. So that could easily be turned into a separate question. Just strike that part out. That is your decision tonight.
And to further elaborate on what statute says, it very explicitly says both rural and urban municipalities are allowed overlap. So statute explicitly allows it for urban. The differentiating thing is 5,000 people. So we're considered an urban, and it very explicitly says.
And I think statutes
urban.
also say that a charter can supersede that aspect. Any other questions?
Ethan, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just had a couple points to bring up, but to Ken, I would just say, if this doesn't go anywhere, make sure you get your language ironed out very good before you submit the petition, because as we know from last year, there's going to be no chance to change anything, and you guys won't be able to provide any information, so it's just going to be whatever the town releases for information before the vote. So
that may very well be the case.
That's kind of what happened last year, so just be
It was
prepared
unfortunate.
to provide your own information and get that outreach to the public, because we know how that
Thank you
process
for that reminder.
goes. So
You said there was a few points. Was there anything else?
that was a few points.
Oh, I thought it was
had
one.
two. A few
Okay.
is a few three. Maybe that was a.
Ken, stay right there for just a second. Just a point of clarification. With our last business item we talked about, we had the options to include it in this July deadline to get it on the state ballot, or the town could take it upon themselves to print another ballot for November. How much would that cost the town? Rough estimate?
I think it was around $8,000 to $10,000.
And usually there's a deadline for petitions. I know last year there was a deadline, you had to get petitions. And what is that deadline for petitions? Because the July thing snuck up on all us, it seems.
I do not know the deadline for petitions on a town-funded ballot. I can get that information for you.
Okay, I'd just be curious about.
I could tell you for
Because-
the annual meeting, it's 45 days, I believe.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
that's
I
just
thought
what-
you were asking for November.
I'm wondering about November, but I recognize also if you were to get the signatures, we have a certain number of days.
We have a little bit, somewhere in January, I believe it is.
Okay.
For the annual meeting.
Fair enough.
If we complete it before, I'm not sure what happens in that situation. If there's a requirement to have a special election or not, I don't know.
And if I'm understanding you correctly, you're okay with us separating these questions and possibly.
I don't have a
dropping
choice in the
second
matter.
one.
That's your choice.
No, I want to hear from you. I mean, you seem passionate about this. But
Actually,
kind of
amongst our seven, there was some concerns about leaving it as one question, and I think that splitting it to two would be seen favorably.
Thank you. Meg, your hand is up.
Yep. That was actually a similar question that I had for you, Ken, was the piece about the alternates wasn't initially in your petition that you had, correct? The language?
What other petition are you referring to? There's only the one I'm put forth now, which isn't even started yet. The previous petition was to reduce the DRB to 5 members, that's all.
Correct, and that is already happened. Okay, so you're trying to get this article on the November ballot.
That is correct. I'm trying to do that because I did not know we can get the state to cover the bill. It's a wonderful thing.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
I'll open up for public comment. Ian, come forward.
Folks,
welcome.
Evening, how you doing? Ian Carroll. I am both a resident, and I come to you this evening as also the chair of the DRB and the only person that is also on the Planning Commission. So I want to be on the record that I am speaking as a resident, but I do hold those positions here. I have been thinking about this since Friday, since the packet came out. I will do my best to keep my composure, so I have some notes. Good evening, my name is Ian Carroll, and regarding the petition to change the town charter to eliminate the ability to serve on both committees, quite candidly, I take this personally. Premise behind this group of folks who are proposing this are guarding against the perceived conflict of interest and the ability to control regulations so that the DRB would then have the legal ability to approve projects that are otherwise unwanted solely for the ability to drive building. In fact, one of the sponsors said this to me exactly to me in person during a coffee with the commissioners meeting. Quote, "You could look ahead at the development pipeline and see what's coming, change the regulations so you can approve the project." I find this is a mark against the character of any person who's volunteering for the town's benefit, not to mention just a flat out untrue. While I admit that I'm taking this personally, my primary concern lies with the integrity of our town's public process. In March, many voters went to the polls believing they were voting to fix a regulatory violation when the number of members on the DRB was reduced. However, the ballot question and the public promotion failed to inform the residents that the previous size of the DRB perfectly met state regulations and that having overlapping members is an industry best practice. That ballot item merely read, "Shall the voters approve setting the number of Essex Development Review Board members to 5 in accordance with 24 VSA 4460F. This led the voters that had not seen the statute before going into the booth to feel as though we were correcting a potential issue with the size of the board. And we've heard earlier this evening that ballots on the voting is not always the best way to get something like this approved. Will the public know what they are voting for? I believe that was something we heard earlier tonight. What the statute actually says is, quote, F, notwithstanding subsections B and C of this section, a municipality may vote on an annual or special meeting to change the number of members that may be appointed to a board of adjustment or development review board. Because the community was not given the full picture, voters were essentially asked to vote against an approach that was already entirely compliant. Ultimately, a process that moves forward based on misinformation shortchanges our community. Our voters deserve transparent information so they truly understand the impact of their decisions at the ballot box. If this new item goes on the ballot, I want voters to understand what the regulations and best practices are so they can make an informed decision when they vote. The statute, what was not said then, is also within the same chapter labeled 24 VSA 4460. Statute resonates here for this evening as well, and I will read this for public record. Quote, B, the Board of Adjustment or Development Board for a rural town or an urban municipality may consist of the members of the planning commission of that town, or may include one or more members of the planning commission. The Board of Adjustment for a rural town or urban municipality shall consist of not fewer than 3, no more than 9 persons, as the legislative body of the municipality determines. Appointed by the legislative body of the municipality promptly after the first adoption of a bylaw by the municipality. If the legislative body of a municipality creates a development review board to perform all development review functions under this chapter, that board shall consist of not fewer than 5, not more than 9 persons, as the legislative body of the municipality determines, appointed by the legislative body of the municipality. A municipality may not have a board of adjustment and a development review board at the same time. Upon creation of a development review board, the existence of any board of adjustment shall terminate. That is the full section of that state statute. While it's evident that personal views and agendas have shown themselves during many of the various committees that serve our town, each of us are bound by ethics that require us to participate on behalf of what is best for the town, both personal ethics and those which we must agree to sign when we join each one of these entities as a member of the town government. The idea that 1, 2, or even 3 people that could drive a specific agenda by swaying rules, regulations, and committee members to their will is unrealistic and a little offensive. The Planning Commission holds a membership of 7, a number I quite agree with. That committee has several perspectives to observe, interpret, and debate plans, including zoning regulations. Changes to any regulations feature several months of meetings as a team and with public comment before any recommendation is drafted and proposed to the Select Board for more public review. This is not an overnight process. In fact, to date, the PC has continued to work on several hot-button topics such as steep slopes and buffers within the RPDI district for over a year without being completed for your review. Again, 1, 2, or even 3 people cannot affect the immediate changes of regs that would take effect for an application that is in the pipeline. It isn't possible. The DRB, on the other hand, must review each application individually and weigh the specifics versus current regulations on the basis of the existing rules and regulations that are available at the time of review. That's it. The board cannot interpret the bylaws as they see fit or as what they expected to change in the future. While some thought is put into the intention of the bylaw, no one person can overrule the board's majority vote. It's a vote of the board to approve or deny an application based on the existing information only. Additionally, the DRB received training on November 11th in 2025 presented by Susan Senning of the Vermont League of Cities and Towns as attorney for the specific purpose of the DRB's training. This is public record and is available on the town's YouTube channel titled Development Review Board November 20th, 2025. In that training, you will hear the attorney note that it is, in fact, a good idea to have crossover between the DRB and PC members. At 7 minutes, 36 seconds of the video, Susan notes that having Planning Commission members on the DRB allows the town to, quote, bridge the theoretical and practical by empowering individuals to both shape the regulations and then later apply the regs they had on a hand in developing. At 10:22 of the video, she notes again that because PC members see things in real time on the DRB, they can take that experience back to the PC meetings to help improve language or address unintended consequences in the bylaws. This is so that each committee can get to the why of a bylaw rather than create or administer in a separate vacuum. In real life, this has occurred already. While discussions as a planning commission regarding changes to hot topic items, members who at the time were on both boards provided feedback to the work groups that were designing updates to be more specific so that the DRB could then act on the specifics rather than in ambiguous rules. This adds practicality to the enforcement of the rules and makes the town plans and preferences well known to applicants, their engineers, and all the board altogether. In the end, this helps promote a stronger town direction. But to finalize my opinion that this is the best course of action moving forward is not only to allow crossover between the two committees, but to encourage it. I agree that no one person should be allowed to be chair on both entities, which I've said in the past several times. Now, with the reduction of the DRB, no more than 2 persons should be allowed to be on both the DRB and the PC. This would keep the PC from the impression of that crossover members would be able to drive the DRB into decisions by ensuring they remain less than the number needed for the now much smaller quorum. I also stand behind the Planning Commission remaining at 7 people to allow for a wider perspective when making changes to existing bylaws or planning for the town's future. I do not believe that less minds make better decisions for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Yep. Seeing no other hands in the room, we'll go online. Andy, you
Can make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second. All those in favor?
For discussion, you need
discussion.
a unanimous vote for that.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah,
Yes.
you do.
True.
And I'm just telling you that I'm not playing game till midnight. I'm really sick of my time being dragged past 11 o'clock at every single meeting.
I hear you, Ethan, and I
So
appreciate
I'm gonna vote no, just so you know. So I'm asking if you have a clear plan. I might change my mind, but otherwise I'm gonna vote no.
We do have a clear plan. We have 3 things left on the agenda. We're finishing this up. And
So
then
how long are we gonna talk about this? Because if we're gonna talk about this for another 30 minutes, I'm not doing it. If you guys are just gonna say no anyway, hurry up and say no and we can move on. But we're gonna go back and forth for 3 days on this, and then we're gonna go into executive session, and it's 10:49. And the speaking allowance tonight for who gets to speak when and how much, not buying it.
Ethan, I think I've given you valid
I don't
time
think
to
so,
speak.
actually.
If there was a time when I missed a hand, I apologize, but I try to give you the floor anytime I see your hand. Any further discussion about the motion to extend? I would suggest that if we're extending to 11:30, we try to keep each topic to 10 minutes max, so we're out of here by 11:30. Does that make sense, Andy? I know you made the motion.
Yeah.
Does everyone else agree with that?
Yeah.
Ethan, I hope you'll...
This will be the last time I extend. I'm so serious. I'm so sick of my time being disrespected. It's 11:30.
Ethan, I would love to chat with you after the meeting. We can talk about
This is discussion before the motion, so we can end the meeting if we'd like, but.
All those in favor of extending the meeting to 11:30, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. We still have hands online. Ethan, I see your hand.
I'd like to bring up a couple points on a couple different things that I've heard, because a lot of things that are being misrepresented about petitions and people who spend time in the community and reach out to other people about certain topics. So I don't think the purpose of this is about a small group of people to do this or that. And please take no offense to this personally. I'm talking about the whole commission in whole. But when a business is struggling in the town of Essex for 6.5 months to get contacted by a commission, and they're working on the same topic for over a year and there's nothing coming out of it, I can't say that they're all the things that you just said about moving forward and clear path of making changes. So I'm really having a hard time with there's a seems to be a group of people for one thing and a group of people for another, and the group of people for this other thing may be less people. It may be 10 people. It may be 20 people. But just because there's 50 of you that are in favor of it doesn't mean that reflects the whole voice of the town, and we should really stop speaking both ways for one or the other, right? There's only so many people that are going to be involved, but just because one side feels like they're a little bit more powerful and has the 3-2 vote or the 4-1 vote, and the group of commissioners and the group of people that have obviously flocked together, really we're breeding division in the town. And until everybody just buckles up and focuses on doing their thing and allowing others their freedoms and their rights to object and question the process of our democracy and bring forth items. The ballot items last year, the charter changes, all of the petition-backed items that have come to the select board in the last 3 years, the town has not provided information that was given by the petitioners to be provided to the public. We made a good point about all of the things that weren't included on the ballot. Well, I didn't see any information on the ballot about, you know, the $100 million that's going to be spent when it was asked about developing 89 Upper Main Street. In fact, I had all I could do to get you guys to put $1.5 million on there about grant money. Now we're asking for a local options tax to fill in that grant money, because if we don't, we're going to blow $400,000 out of our water sewer reserve fund, and it's going to be empty. So I'm just really having a hard time. I understand you said that you're a member of the public, and you are a member of the public, but then when you turn around and say that you're speaking for the Planning Commission and the Development Review Board, and you go on to say about how somebody else got a voter back petition that didn't provide any information, when in fact the town actually did the exact opposite last year with 3 questions, and the year before that 2 questions, and the year before that 4 questions, because it's been petition after petition after petition, because the select board just really won't listen and provide that information or that next step. So, you know, to make things short and sweet, obviously nobody's going to vote for this, so let's just give Ken Signorello the respect to say, get your petition ready, and we'll see you in January. And let's move on to the next item.
I see 3 hands online I'd like to get to. Thank you for your comments, Ethan. Lorraine, could you please keep your comments to 90 seconds at the most?
Give it my best. Thank you, Chair. A couple counterpoints. It is not personal. I'm sorry that he feels it's personal. It's definitely not personal. This is about governance and best ethics practices, which our Constitution separates judicial from legislative, and that's all this is. The Planning Commission is legislative, and the DRB is judicial. I looked at Catherine's notes when she made her recommendations. She did recommend overlap, I think, of 1, but and her recommendation was based on a couple places she spoke to CCRPC as well, but Essex Junction was one of them. And when I looked at what Essex Junction did, Essex Junction, in fact, put in a charter change that no overlap, and the reason was ethics and ethics concerns. Charlotte was also mentioned as well. Charlotte also does not allow any overlap out of ethics concerns. There was a River Road hearing where it had steep slope concerns, and in that River Road hearing, there was a question out of a couple of the commissioners who served as overlap that weren't sure about whether they should even weigh in on the DRB decision, because they were also working on that slope issue. And that particular application, in fact, was extended because they thought maybe they would have that steep slope worked on. So that's, I think, what Mr. Signorello is referring to. There are serious ethics concerns around overlap. We have a big enough size. The thing about reducing to 5 that I've seen, I've watched a number of these meetings, as many of you guys know, and in those meetings, I've now seen a reduction from 7 to 5. The meetings are shorter, they're easier. I would like the alternates taken out. I personally think that should be separated out. I just want it to be no overlap. And I think that would be clean and take care of the ethics concerns. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lorraine. Sharon Zukowski, again, for interest of time, please keep your comments to 90 seconds. Sharon?
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
First, I want to say something about the misconception about state statute. And I'm not a lawyer. Is when the statute says something allows or we may do this, it's not prescribed. It just allows us to do it. And most towns, Catherine Sonic did a survey of most towns in Vermont. Most towns do not allow overlap. And the ones that do, I think there's, I can't remember if she said it was 2 or 3, only allow 1 and never more. So, so I guess, you know, if we want to copy, I think Charlotte, we're good with 1. And we've only had 1 instance in over a year and a half where we didn't have a quorum, and that was a month when we had 2 meetings. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sharon. Ann Miller, please keep your comments to 90 seconds.
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. We've just now gone to this split DRB Planning Commission format, and I really think that we should give it time to work as it is. I think it seems to be more streamlined now with no overlap. The other thing I would say is Charlotte does not have an overlap. I know, I think Sharon mentioned that they do, but they do not have an overlap. And the separation of powers, I think, is a really important idea that Lorraine made. And so I would mention that as well. And members can attend other people's boards members meetings as a member of the public, but I just think it's much easier. Just keep it simple. We've got 5 people on each. Let's get to work. The Planning Commission has a ton of work to do, and they only meet once a month. They should be meeting twice a month, and give some direction to the DRB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Not seeing any other hands, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion? Is there discussion? Ethan?
I move the select board may choose to include this requested language for the November ballot.
Is there a second? I'll second. Greg?
Point of clarification, select board may choose, or?
I meant, sorry, you put the word may in there, so I read it, but it meant choose.
Okay.
Select board choose to include.
Thank you. I'd like to make the suggested amendment that we strike the alternate clause and keep it just to one question about overlap. Would you accept that friendly amendment?
To make it 2 questions or to eliminate it?
I personally think you'd keep it simple. Just eliminate it.
Just eliminate it.
But it's your motion. I'm just making a friendly amendment.
So what's the first question?
First question would be the first clause.
First
whatever
clause.
I have it up here. I would just take out the language.
I don't know the exact language.
The language would read, shall the voters of the town of Essex prohibit members of the Essex Planning Commission from also serving on the Essex Development Review Board at the same time and prohibiting either board from, that's the clause I would take out.
Okay, yeah, from having alternates.
From having alternates.
Okay, yeah.
So it would just be about,
Yep.
no member of the Development Review Board shall be appointed to serve at the same time as a member of the Planning Commission. This is it right here, subsection 2. That's what I'm suggesting.
Sure.
Ethan accepted the friendly amendment. Further discussion about the motion on the floor? Seeing none, in the interest of time, we will take the vote. All those in favor of having the language as proposed, just the first clause, talking about the overlap on the ballot in November, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Nay.
Nay.
It is a split vote. We'll take it by roll. Andy?
Nay.
Thank you. Ethan?
Aye.
Shannon? Aye. Kendall?
Nay.
Meg?
Nay.
Motion does not pass. Thank you. Moving on to the approval of goals for town manager for fiscal year 2027. Greg?
So as part of my contract, each year we're supposed to jointly agree on a set of goals. The past few years, we have agreed that my goals are your goals, the goals that you adopt for the coming fiscal year. You had approved the fiscal 27-year work plan at your last meeting. I am comfortable with having those be the goals that you set for me as well. I think that's reasonable and achievable. So I am satisfied, if you're satisfied, with those goals for me for the coming year.
Thank you, Greg. Board members, discussion. If necessary, this also can be discussed in executive session, but it does not need to be unless we so feel.
Yes.
Andy.
Megan's hands up.
Meg.
I just want to clarify, it sounds like this is how you did things last year as well, and have done this in the past?
That's correct. Last year they used the goals set as the goals for Greg.
Okay. It sounds like, I mean, my understanding was as we were setting these, that was the direction we were going anyhow, so I'm fine with this.
Agreed.
Andy?
I make the motion that the select board approve defined goals and performance objectives. This isn't written the right way, is it?
Yeah, no, sorry.
I make the motion that the select board use the select board work plan as the defined goals and performance objectives for the manager.
Thank you, Andy, for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Meg. Final discussion. Ethan?
Oh,
Not you.
I just got a question. Did was this what was in the memo in the consent agenda? This was. Okay, I guess I didn't realize that you guys gutted my community gardens, but that's okay. Can you define what support agriculture in Essex means to you before I vote on this?
We talked about it at the meeting, you
wasn't
missed.
there?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we talked about it could be anything from community gardens to doing studies to, it's pretty open-ended. But I think there's a number of ways that it could be pursued.
So how do we measure that?
I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay, because like all the other things is like complete the contract and, you know, have the town manager's contract and review animal control ordinance and update and, you know, work on your local options tax for your, the real problem I have with this is like 80% of the stuff that's on here is already done or in the progress of being done. So there's really nothing to work forward to. And then some of the things that are open is like work on GMT and explore options to support agriculture in Essex. But you've been exploring options for 5 years and we've got a farmer's market. So.
I disagree with that. But I've been exploring it for 5 years, but yes.
I've been putting it on as a goal for 5 years. So I would say that if it has made it to the list for 5 years, then it's been on the list for 5 years. I know that for a fact.
We've had explore creation of farmers market and explore community gardens. We have a farmers market. We have explored community
Took me
gardens.
3 years to get the farmer's market, but I agree. So the community gardens has been on there just as long. So my question is, how do I, okay, whatever, vote on it. Vote on it.
Andy?
Glad you guys did that while I was gone.
Andy?
We gave you the opportunity to ask to bring it back for discussion because it was in the reading, it was in the consent agenda.
Slippery,
It's taken 10 years to get this far on a river access, so government moves slow.
Final discussion? I believe we can call to vote. Great. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
It's a split vote, so let's do a roll call. Andy?
Aye.
Ethan?
Nay.
Shannon? Aye. Kendall?
Aye.
Meg?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1 with Ethan in the opposition. Thank you. Reading file, board member comments. The one comment I have is that due to personal conflicts, we did not have a coffees with committees this month. We will be starting that back up in August. I will send out the email probably this week so everyone can plan ahead for it. I apologize, but things happen. Any other board comments? Kendall?
Only that staff is okay with the new fire chief rules with the fire warden? No.
Yeah, it's minimal impact to us. The fire chief has talked about, we may want to look at updating our ordinances around open fires, burn pits, but that's not crucial.
Okay.
And he's working on it.
Thank you. That was it. And nice to see some letters.
Great, then I'll entertain motions for executive session. Andy?
I move that the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of pending or probable civil litigation or prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kendall. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Andy?
I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss pending or probable civil litigation or prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1E to include the town manager and deputy town manager.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kendall. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. We are in executive. We will not be coming back,
You
right?
may come back, I don't know.
We may come
That's
back.
going to be up to you.